first online video can we start again?
Yes.
Welcome to the first online video conference sponsored by Voices Against Human Trafficking. I'm Blankita Cullum. Voices Against Human Trafficking is a network of international partners, leaders, advocates, activists, survivors, nonprofits, law enforcement, all dedicated to the eradication of 21st century slavery, human trafficking. First of all, we want to thank our sponsors, Beulah's Place, The Haven, Oregon State University, CoLab, Daniel Eastman, Cameron Burns, and What If We Could nonprofit marketing. The strength of many voices speaking as one. This is Voices Against Trafficking. Today, you're going to hear them and you're going to learn about them with impact, awareness, prevention, legislation, and solutions. And let's get started. I want to introduce Andi Berger, the founder of Voices Against Trafficking. She's a survivor, savior, author, advocate, and she's also the co-founder of Beulah's Place, a 501c3 nonprofit serving at-risk homeless teens in danger of abuse, trafficking, and other criminally predatory activities. She was a victim of unspeakable abuse from predators from the age of 6 months to 17 years old. So as a survivor, she's worked tirelessly to fight against human trafficking and for the rights of innocent victims. It's our honor to welcome Andi Berger. Andi?
Thank you, Blankita. Indeed, it is an honor today. This is historical for a lot of us. And as a survivor, as you said, I am very passionate about our ability to do better for the victims of human trafficking, especially the children, the innocents. So as you said, I grew up with familial trafficking, immediate family members, extended family members. I did not have what you would call a life, and I had no one that I knew was reaching out. Had I known anyone cared, that anyone was out there looking for me or that could help me, I would have jumped at the chance. But I was 5 the first time I tried to take my life because the things were so bad, the torture, the abuse, everything that goes with it. And victims know this. People who have survived horrific events know this. And luckily, you know, I was blessed to have God intercede in my life. But by the age of 17, that was the last time my birth mother tried to take my life. So it was not a good existence. I literally was enslaved. So today we are talking about 21st century slavery, victims that are trapped and cannot escape. And we have so many people that are going to educate and help us create the awareness with Voices Against Trafficking. I want to challenge everyone watching and listening today to add your voice, because more voices mean more power, more ability. We're like a hub in a wheel. Voices Against Trafficking is the hub of many organizations, individuals, businesses, legislators, all of that combined. And the spokes of the wheels will just get stronger and stronger. And so I want to invite everyone to participate. Here's what I know. Besides the fact that human trafficking globally is a $161+ billion industry, and that $99 billion of that is sex trafficking. In the US right now, we're looking at upwards of $34 billion a year. This is too much. This is outrageous. We are not a civilized country when we allow our children to be sold and exploited. So what we want to do is break into that a little bit. We may not be able to get rid of depraved nature, but what we can do is make it harder for predators to get our children, to get the weak and the innocent. We can make it harder for them to slip out of legal loopholes. We can do so much more, and it doesn't take a lot, but it takes all of us to do that. Beulah's Place rescues at-risk homeless teens off the streets. And what we do is, because they've chosen the streets as a safer environment than what they came from, we rescue them, we get them through high school, we get them jobs, we get them reintegrated with community so they can have the future and the hope that they deserve to have. These kids are smart, they have no choice. A child does not choose to be a slave. A child does not choose to be abused. And a child often has no one that will listen to them or trust them enough to say, I need to help this kid. So what we do is make sure that they can reintegrate back into community. We have many that are going to college, so from homeless to college because someone cared. We're asking a nation to care. We're asking many nations to care and to coordinate our efforts and our resources together, because together we can. As this powerful network, we are seeking 1 million voices on our roster by next summer, because who can say no to 1 million voices who say, we are against human trafficking, we want change, we want better legislation, and most of all, we want there to be less victims. I carried the sins of all of that with me for a very long time. I went to counseling, I did the work, I went to school, I went to law school, and I was able to be successful in business. But inside, I was still that terrified child. And so it took a lot of work to get the healing and to continue to have that hope. But my passion today is for each and every person here to help inspire nations to rise up and say, enough. This has got to stop, or we will destroy civilization. Really, we will destroy it. And if people are upset about civil liberties, think about the victim whose rights have been tromped on, who have been obliterated by a predator. So I just wanted to make sure that I got to share a little bit about me, a little bit about what we're doing, but most important, what we want from you who are listening and watching today. Join us as a voice. Be part of the solution. Be part of something greater. Be part of something that will truly move mountains for someone we don't even know who is trapped and who is victimized. And to that end, I am so excited. This morning, I just am so honored to be able to introduce the next speaker, who represents not only the state of Oregon, but all of the people of the United States because of his work to save lives, to bring justice to those that have been victimized. When I first met him last November, it was an instant connection because of his deep desire to save the innocent. And so without further ado, a genuine friend, a true leader, and a fierce defender of the innocent, Congressman Greg Walden. Well, we're hoping Congressman Walden is going to be with us. I think we're having just a wee bit of technical difficulties, but I am assured he will be with us live in just a moment.
And we want to remind everybody too, Andy, about going to our Voices Against Trafficking website. That's an important one. While we're waiting for the congressman, and let them know that they too can be a part of the solution, be a part of ending the problem, and you'll see that you too can become a lifetime member. For those of you that have said in your lifetime, you wish you could have been around during the Civil War because you would have taken a position to be one of those abolitionists fighting slavery. This is your chance to fight human trafficking, which is 21st century slavery.
Absolutely. We want to make sure that everyone can join us. It's very simple. Just go to voicesagainsttrafficking.com, email us your name, put it on the roster, and be part of our march against this tragedy, even if it is online and virtual. And we are checking with the congressman's office. As you know, BQ, things happen all the time. So,
well, they're all called to the Hill. And what we've been so honored today, you're going to hear from law enforcement. You're going to be hearing from some of these great people across the border, from Mexico, some of the greatest voices that are out there. People have said, well, what's our cooperation internationally? And today you're going to hear from some of those incredible advocates and some of the people that are working behind the scenes to find out where the funding has come for these traffickers, the laundered money. And so we have equal counterparts, and we're going to be honored to hear from some of these folks that have safe houses in Mexico and right on the border.
I think that's awesome. Let's see if we have our next speaker prepared, and maybe we can bring her on. What do you think about that?
Well, I know we've got Dr. Kennelly Gayetan, who is a public policy director for the National Center for Sexual Exploitation, which is also known as NCOSE. She's their director of government relations. She works closely with their law center, and she leads strategic efforts at the federal, state, and local government levels, and she's encouraging them to develop policies for a world free from sexual exploitation. We're honored to have Dr. Eleanor Gayetan.
Okay, well, apparently our waiting room got a little bit full, and I am not seeing her listed right there. So let's go ahead and, while our technician is trying to reach her, we're going to just tell people that, folks need help sometimes. And I'm just going to give a few of the numbers. I'm going to have to read them because I can't remember all of them. But if you are having any kind of issue, if you are trafficked, you know someone who's being trafficked, you're not sure what to do, the National Human Trafficking Resource Hotline is 1-888-373 7888. Yes, 1-888-373-7888. Or they can text HELP to Be Free at 233-733. National Human Trafficking Resource Hotline. Okay, it sounds to me like we are having somebody
I've got him, yes.
Get on right now.
We've got your great congressman, our good friend,
wonderful.
Congressman Greg Walden. Let's get him on board. And Congressman, as Andy said, you've been a great hero to us, Congressman.
Yes. Thank you so much, Congressman Walden. We are so excited to have you.
Well, thank you, and thank you, Andy. It's good to be on the call. I'm sorry it's on a phone rather than video, but we've had some Wi-Fi issues and have a hearing going on too. So, but I appreciate the opportunity to join you.
Thank you. Please go ahead and speak to all those who are listening today.
Oh, thank you. Well, thanks, Andy. As many of you know, Andy's from Oregon, from Redmond, and boy, she sure dedicated her life to working to end human trafficking. And because of her hard work, she not only has made Central Oregon a safer place, but has also helped this national fight to end human trafficking. And I just want to thank you, Andy, for all of your great work on behalf of all Oregonians for making our state and our nation a safer place. Now, we all know there's a lot more work to do, but I also want to thank everyone else who's part of the Voices Against Trafficking organization. Your work is life-saving, literally. It plays a pivotal role in the battle to end human trafficking. And as we sadly all know, human trafficking impacts a frightening number of Americans, and it's critical that we do everything in our power to end it. In fact, human trafficking is the second largest criminal enterprise in the country, and next to illegal drugs. And when I've shared that statistic in town halls and other meetings, people are just shocked to know that, because it's this almost invisible, insidious crime that's going on in our communities, all of our communities, and people just aren't aware in the general public about how broad-based human trafficking is. It's a problem that continues to grow. In fact, I think since 2011, we've seen a 41% increase in federal human trafficking offenses referred to the U.S. attorneys. And also maybe a greater focus on this is resulting in more prosecutions, which would be a good thing. According to an Oregon police report, Oregon reports police encounter 3 to 5 victims of human trafficking per week. That's 80% of these victims are women and 50% are children. Too often it starts with a teen becoming homeless and looking for a bite to eat or a place to sleep, and then falling victim to traffickers. That's why it's critical to fight this crisis, to work to end homelessness and provide access to food and shelter to homeless teens. In Oregon, we have great programs like Beulah's Place, which Andy co-founded. It's a temporary drop-in shelter for at-risk homeless teens in Central Oregon and provides protection from predators that may be lurking about. Shelter also helps teens have access to food and clothing, education, and all the other services that kids need for a sustainable, independent life. In Congress, we've passed legislation like the Frederick Douglass Trafficking Victims Prevention and Protection Reauthorization Act, which I supported back in 2018. That bill, which President Trump proudly signed into law in 2019, enabled $430 million in federal funding for trafficking prevention and education, as well as victim protection, and improved government prosecution of traffickers through 2022. That's just one example of legislation aimed at combating human trafficking that Congress has enacted. We all know there's more work to be done, and quite frankly, some of the most important work to combat human trafficking is not from federal funds or laws or executive orders. It's done on the ground. It's local, and that's where the real important work gets done. Some of the most important work comes from people saying something. We've all learned that. We've heard the phrase now, if you see something, say something. It's so important to remain alert to all of our surroundings, whether that's at work or maybe with family or friends or even on a visual Zoom call. Too often people turn a blind eye. They may ignore a sign that should not be ignored, and they may just not know any better. I urge everyone, if you see something that just doesn't seem right, say something. You might just save a life. If we all band together and if we look out for bad actors while simultaneously doing all we can to support victims and take down predators, we can combat human trafficking. So people like Andy and all of you on this call who have dedicated your lives to these missions have saved lives, and you are making the world a better place for all of humanity. Our world might be in the midst of a global pandemic, but let's not let that blind us to the ongoing pandemic of human trafficking that continues to take place in every town. It won't be easy. It won't happen overnight. But if we continue to work together and continue to have shared goals, we will defeat human trafficking, just like we'll defeat the coronavirus. So thank you all for your time. Thank you, Andy, and everyone else, for your incredible work, your incredible commitment to end this monstrous enterprise. And so, Andy, I just want to say thank you, and thanks to everybody on the call. And we'll do everything we can. I'm not seeking re-election, so my time with a voting card will run out here in about 5 months. But between now and then, you can count on me to do all I can to help.
Thank you, Congressman. What a joy and a privilege. And I know a great organization who could use some help, so we'll talk after the elections, okay?
Well, there you go.
We'll keep you busy. Thank you again.
There you go. All right. You take care, everybody. Thank you. Stay safe.
Thank you, Congressman. And we want to tell everybody, too, that, here we are, we're doing this 21st century new format, which is YouTube and Facebook and Zoom. And we want to let you know that you're going to be, this is old school broadcasting. You're going to have you're going to see how it goes. And thank you, Congressman. We hope you'll join us online, but we want to move on. We hope our next speaker is here, which we introduced Dr. Eleanor Gayetan. And as we mentioned, she's a terrific woman. She's kind of an amazing lady who is at the National Center for Sexual Exploitation, Nicosi. She's very powerful. She's a director of government relations there. We talked about the fact that she's leading this incredible effort to fix things at the federal and state and local government levels and encouraging the development of policies for a world that will be, we hope to God, free from sexual exploitation. And Dr. Eleanor Gayetan, we are so happy to have you join us. Thank you. And we're going to get you to unmute yourself. So we're going to have that. There we go. Wait a minute. We will get you there and we'll fix that little microphone in a second. Would you please tell our Daniel to make sure? There we go.
Here.
Look at that great voice. Go and tell us all about it, Doctor. You're fabulous.
How many months have we been using Zoom and I still don't mute? I wasn't unmuted. My fault. So sorry. I'm really thrilled to have the forum with you wonderful advocates and activists and moms to say we have an opportunity to make real change real fast this year, 2020, with a bill called the Earn It Act. The Earn It Act is that's Senate Bill 3398. And I'm going to take my few precious minutes to tell you why this bill is a must pass for the 2020 session. It's a short year in Congress because of the presidential election, but we do have the critical months to get this work done. Earn It ends the immunity that big tech has had since 1996 against any lawsuits. Anyone who is harmed on the platforms, on the interactive computer platforms, through child sexual abuse material, CSAM. We now call child pornography CSAM to emphasize how painful, how life-harming it is. So CSAM in the millions are on these tech platforms. And kids as young as a few months old are abused for money, even in live streaming. So we have recently, law enforcement internationally through Interpol has found live streaming shows increasing from places all over the world, actually, but the Philippines, for some reason, has been a major country where CSAM is produced. It's streamed, and people pay to watch the abuse of children. And guess what? That is protected under the Communications Decency Act of 1996. When the internet was a baby, Congress said, we want it to flourish. These platforms aren't publishers. They're innocent, they're platforms. They're just stages on which other people post and act and talk. So these tech companies aren't liable for anything that happens on these platforms. What has happened, however, is that we have the flourishing of some of the most criminal behavior, and court after court has interpreted that that is protected. So there is no way to get justice for the victims and accountability from the platforms. We live in a country where if you slip and fall in Walmart and you sue Walmart, that's why we have no puddles in any department store we go into, because there's accountability, because there's liability. That's how our society functions. Earn It finally says big tech loses its immunity, and now victims and states can sue big tech for harm caused by CSAM on the platforms. That's just one aspect of the bill. It also creates a new commission, a new federal commission dedicated to the online sexual abuse of children. And that includes grooming, sex trafficking, sexting, all of the evils that we as mere parents have absolutely no idea how to address. It's basically protected under CDA 230. It's one of those famous unintended consequences of legislation over time. Here's the good news. The Senate Judiciary Committee, 22-0, approved this bill on July 2nd. That passes it up to the leadership to potentially bring up to the floor. The facts of the matter are the Senate won't bring it for a floor vote until all of us contact our members of the Senate and say, co-sponsor this bill. It's not enough just to say you're going to vote for this bill. You got to get it to the floor faster. So we need to contact, all of us have 2 senators, except for I'm in DC, so I don't have 2 senators, but that's a different story. Most of us have 2 senators to contact. And even if your senator, for example, California, Senator Feinstein's a strong supporter of this bill. Senator Kamala Harris has not endorsed it, although she voted on it on the committee. And you're in California, please contact Senator Harris and say, please co-sponsor the bill so we can get it to the floor. We already are working on the House to get some companion legislation, but our priority is the Senate, because if the Senate passes big, the House is going to say, no, we want to continue protecting big tech from lawsuits from victims of CSAM.
Well, Dr. Eleanor, we thank you so much. Honestly, you are right. This is where we speak as many voices, and calling to these members in the House and the Senate. They will absolutely listen. And as Andy always says, we need to be 1 million voices speaking out against trafficking. And God bless you for your work.
That's right.
And we will be posting this video so that we'll share it with everyone. And actually, I think, and I'm sorry, I'm hearing our wonderful engineer in the background, but we want to make sure that we tell you about our next charter member. And Doctor, thank you for being with us. God bless you. And boy, you're a champ. You're a courageous.
Thank you. Look forward to working together with you all the way.
We're counting on it. You're not getting away from us now, girl. We thank you so much. And we've got these great charter members, founders that have their own 501c3s and nonprofits. Our next guest is pretty amazing. She started this organization back in 2005. I'm going to bring forward my friend, and I hope that she's there in the waiting room, is Deborah Sigmund. And if you don't know Deborah Sigmund, this is a very important time for you to get to meet her. She is the founder of Innocence at Risk. She started it with 20 caring men and women, and for the past 15 years, Innocence at Risk has worked actively to keep children safe with the support of the Department of State. And Innocence at Risk has built partnerships with embassies and churches and corporations and schools and nonprofit organizations and friends in the philanthropic community to bring awareness to this terrible issue. I mean, the ultimate evil that many people are afraid to face, and that is human trafficking. Deborah Sigmund has never been shy about it. She has never been squeamish, and it's a great pleasure and honor to introduce our good friend, Deborah Sigmund, Innocence at Risk. And we have to unmute her. We got to get her little voice unmuted there. Deborah, can we hear you now? Remember, this is a live show, and we're going to have, there we go, the star of stage television and Zoom and Voices Against Trafficking. Tell us all the stuff, Deborah.
Good morning, Blanquita. Good morning, everyone. Thank you so much for being here with us today for Voices Against Trafficking. This is such an important event. Innocence at Risk has been working for 15 years, tirelessly. I first learned about the issue 15 years ago when I was in Europe, over 15 years ago, 2 years prior. In 2003, I first heard the term human trafficking, and I could not believe that this could happen to a child. Never, ever, ever. I came back to the States. I immediately talked to all my friends because we're all mothers. And as a mother, I felt compelled that we had to do something. And so did my friends. Fortunately, I was introduced to, by a former ambassador, Julia Chang Block, was introduced to Undersecretary of State Paula Dobryansky. And I think our life changed from then on. She said, we need you to help create awareness. I said, no one knows about this, but we care. And we're talking. So we worked with the State Department, and I even was introduced to Ricky Martin, the singer, who was very compassionate about this issue. And we became fast friends because we were tied to the heart. Ricky Martin spoke to the United Nations and said, we can no longer say this doesn't exist. And I've been saying this for 15 years. But we worked together. We even did an event at the Inter-American Development Bank. I was invited by the president, who just had acquired and had established a total trafficking unit, and in the bank. So with Ricky Martin announcing his Call and Live campaign, which was very important, so important. Homeland Security, DHS had looked beneath the surface. I said, look at this. This is Call and Live. This gets your attention. Well, Ricky and I worked on several events, but that was extremely helpful to us. It was actually the first fundraiser because Innocence at Risk had just become a 501c3. I gave, in keeping up with what the State Department had asked, I gave a speech to Capitol Speakers class, because I had 12 ambassadors' wives in my class. At our graduation, all the ambassadors came. I think we had 20 ambassadors in class. Everyone wanted to help. Everyone wanted to do something. We continue to have events in embassies. To date, we have had 24 events in embassies across Washington. I flew at the advice of my dear friend, Milan Revere, formerly from the Obama administration, suggested that I go meet Queen Sylvia, because Queen Sylvia had been working on this issue since the late 90s. With that, we were able, with a film producer, to put together a video of people of authority. So we have Congressman Chris Smith, the leader in the House. We have Undersecretary Paula Dobryansky, and now we have Queen Sylvia. We have Ricky Martin. We have a survivor, and more. So it's a great film. We continue to use it in events and to train law enforcement. Law enforcement now pretty much knows what to do. But in the beginning, they were clueless. Awareness events were so important. From one of our events, I met Sandra Fiorini, American flight attendant, a senior American flight attendant, who came to me and said, "We see what you're talking about. We don't know what to do about it." And I said, "What do you see?" Children getting on the planes, they look afraid. They don't have the proper clothes for the weather. Sometimes it's freezing and they have summer clothes. But one of the worst stories she told me was a little girl from Africa getting on a plane. She was about 7, and she had a sign around her neck, which said, "Call this number when I arrive." It was a red-eye flight into Dulles Airport. Sandra sort of took her under her wing and she walked her off and she called the number. A gruff voice at the end of the phone said, "What? What are you talking about? Wait a minute. She's not even supposed to be here till tomorrow." Like she was cargo. And I said, "Please tell me you didn't let those people come." And she said, "No, but it took a while." So these awareness events have been so, so important. We went on to meet Nancy Rivard from Airline Ambassadors. And with our flight attendant initiative, which we established in 2008, with one brochure, thousands and thousands of flight attendants continued to be trained. And with Nancy, she helped us expand the training. And you'll hear more from Nancy Rivard today. But awareness is so important. And we all need to do something. Please stay involved. Please contact our office. We will be glad to have you help us and help us create awareness. We work in schools. We need to be everywhere. Thank you for being here. Thank you.
And Deborah, I think you have a very special friend that you were so wonderful to help us to have her join us, and a very important member of the president's cabinet. Would you like to do the honors, because she's a dear friend to you?
She is a dear friend, and we're so glad that Secretary of Transportation, Secretary Elaine Chao, is with us today. We're very grateful for all she has done. She's formerly the Secretary of Labor, and she's the first Chinese American woman to ever hold a position in government. So we're very, very proud, or at least be in the cabinet. So you're going to watch this very powerful video from Elaine, and you can see how Secretary Chao is putting the brakes on trafficking in the Department of Transportation. Thank you and enjoy. Welcome, Elaine Chao.
Thanks so much to everyone who's participating in this virtual summit against human trafficking. Over the past several months, the world's focus has appropriately been on COVID-19. But meanwhile, human trafficking continues to be a worldwide scourge that also demands immediate attention and action. The U.S. Department of Transportation is leading and supporting a range of anti-human trafficking efforts at the state, local, and federal levels, and internationally as well. The department is a member of the President's Interagency Task Force to monitor and combat trafficking in persons. We are intent on making the transportation sector a more effective force against human trafficking. The world's roadways, railways, airways, and waterways are being used by the perpetrators of human trafficking. You know, it's shocking to learn that in this day and age, something as horrible as human trafficking exists. But it is happening in cities, suburbs, and rural areas. It is happening to children, women, and men. We must and we can stop it. The transportation sector in the U.S. and around the world is uniquely positioned to help save victims of human trafficking and help law enforcement in apprehending the perpetrators. And that's why we've called upon transportation leaders to take a public stand against human trafficking by signing our Transportation Leaders Against Human Trafficking Pledge. We now have over 500 pledges signed by every mode of transportation, labor, and non-governmental organizations from across the country. The signatories have committed to training over 1.3 million employees and to raise awareness among the traveling public to help fight human trafficking. That is an army of people who will be on the lookout to help save victims and also help law enforcement catch the guilty. There are people throughout the world who are in positions to help the victims and fight those who profit from this evil. So let's bring together our best efforts, our best strategies, and the needed resources to the battle against human trafficking. Thanks again for participating in this effort. Thank you for caring today and always.
What an amazing speech by Secretary Chao. And Deborah, I am very excited because I think we have another one of the great people that you have really introduced us to. And in fact, you two have been quite effective partners together. And we're talking about your good friend, the head of the airline ambassadors. Do you want to go ahead and introduce her?
I am happy to introduce my dear friend and colleague. Since 2009, I met Nancy in Miami and at a mission training and asked her to join our flight attendant initiative. She said, absolutely, she would. And by the way, will you come on this mission with me? So on the mission for 3 days, everyone in the group had to listen to me for 3 days what human trafficking was. Upon the flights leaving the Dominican Republic, after visiting children in orphanages all over this country practically, we had on 2 of the flights, children going back. 2 of the flights, there were children that were being trafficked. The last flight, 2 children were flying from Santo Domingo into initially New York and then on to Boston. These 2 children, as a result, when I called ICE, I called a colleague at ICE and said, I know it's Sunday, but please, there are 2 children in trouble and this plane's coming back from the Dominican Republic. These 2 children were followed. That led ICE to find 86 children. We were all ecstatic. So Nancy and I have been saving lives. So she took our flight attendant initiative and she's continuing to do more trainings and do so much with the airline industry. Bravo, Nancy. Okay, sweetie. Okay, everyone, welcome Nancy Rivard, my dear friend and colleague.
Thank you, Deborah. And surely it was you who introduced us to the whole issue of human trafficking. I worked for the aviation for American Airlines my entire career. And I founded an organization to help vulnerable children. We had flight attendants from many airlines, but we didn't know anything about human trafficking until Deborah introduced us to it in July of 2009. Subsequently, we saved a little girl in Cambodia, and I realized that this is a real issue in our world, and we had to take a stand. I invited Deborah on the next mission, which she told you about. We correctly identified trafficking on 2 flights out of the Dominican Republic, and subsequently in the same month, 2 more flights. I appreciate the support of Congressman Chris Smith for helping us present our first briefing to airlines and embassies in 2010, and another one later from Congressman Joe Pitts. But when we saw the airline industry wasn't going to take action, we developed the first industry-specific campaign on human trafficking awareness, which we have implemented 120 times. We even helped because of our work in Jamaica, the whole country became a Blue Heart Partner, which is the international symbol for the fight against human trafficking. It led ultimately to FAA authorization in 2016, mandating training for all flight attendants. Another exciting initiative, we're working closely with UNODC, and the country of Brazil is launching tomorrow on the World Day of Human Trafficking, a virtual campaign against trafficking, which includes freedom in the air. The prosecutor's office of Brazil is launching a major campaign to involve all airline personnel. We want to congratulate them for their amazing work. Thank you so much.
Wow, you are an amazing advocate, and you've done incredible work. Thank you so much, Nancy Rivard, the airline ambassadors, and our great friend, Deborah Sigmund. You know, we're our 21st century, and you're experiencing it here with us on the Zoom, and the Voices Against Trafficking, of course, is on Facebook and on YouTube. But one of the people that we are so very proud to call a friend, she has just been amazing. She has been ahead of all of us when it comes to trying to find out where the predators are, who they've been targeting these young kids online. And I am talking about this amazing leader. She is internationally respected. She is an authority on making the internet safer for children and families. She's been a congressional appointee to the Child Online Protection Act Commission, and she developed the Internet Safety Program with the United States Department of Justice. And I got to tell you, every day, I am so grateful for what she does in this country, and I'm very honored to introduce a dear friend and a charter member, Donna Rice Hughes, the CEO of Enough is Enough. Donna? And we know we've got her there, and everybody just bear with us because we're not as savvy as Donna, but our wonderful Daniel, she is there, and we're going to get Donna Rice Hughes. I know that she's in our waiting room coming up. And don't forget, you can also go. And Donna, I see your face. Do you have yourself unmuted there, my dear?
I do.
God bless you, girl.
Hey. Thank you, Blanquita. Thank you for that amazing, just humbling introduction. I am so honored to be here with all of you and the Zoom audience and on Facebook Live, and with Blanquita and Andy and Deborah and this extraordinary lineup of leaders. And the good news is that law enforcement is all over tackling the sex trafficking scourge in America and around the world. The bad news is that there's a key linchpin, and that is the role of hardcore pornography and how this fuels trafficking and sexual violence against women and children. And this particular law has not been aggressively enforced. So what I'm here to talk to you about is the role of pornography in trafficking, why we need to address it, and also the role of the internet. And I'm going to pay particular attention to children, because children, of course, are the most vulnerable, and we have got to fight for them. This is a unifying issue. So with that, let me just tell you that today's internet pornography is not the softcore variety that used to be way back before the internet. It is extreme, it is violent, it depicts teen rape, incest, and just brutality against women. And the key is, like I said, we have got federal laws on the books that makes this content illegal to produce and to distribute And yet these laws have not been aggressively enforced since the advent of the internet, with the exception of a few years under General Ashcroft. Now, here is a key point. Children have internet access, right? Yes, they do. That means they have free and easy access to all of this content that is even illegal for adults. Now, this material is shaping their sexual appetites and their sexual templates and making them more prone. In fact, really, they're sitting ducks for sexual predators and for traffickers. In fact, kids under 10 years old, think about that, kids under 10 years old represent 22% of the minor children that are looking at this kind of content. And the kind of content they're looking at, I'll just give you a couple of examples: extreme, brutal gangbang, sleep assault, and crying in pain. In fact, the average age of first perpetration of sexual violence are kids aged 15 to 16. Why? Because they have been exposed to this violent pornography. Second point, traffickers and sexual predators, and just keep in mind, sexual predators is a big umbrella. Traffickers are sexual predators. They prey, P-R-E-Y, where children play. And where are kids? They are online. So predators and traffickers have easy and anonymous access to kids on the internet, all right, through social media, on websites, et cetera, et cetera. They are grooming these kids and luring them and trapping them into the trafficking trade. In fact, 55% of youth victims met their traffickers through a website or online in another forum. Also, in 2018, over half of the trafficking cases in the United States of America were the sex trafficking of children. So we've got to pay attention to the very real reality that the internet, and this is also a fact, is the dominant business model where sex traffickers actually sell their victims to buyers, which just leads me to the next point, what I call supply and demand. This is a business model. This is big, big business. There is indeed a cycle of abuse. Okay, pornography users, just follow me for a minute. Pornography users demand new and more violent and more fetishized types of content. Well, where do they get this to meet their sexual appetites? Well, they get it through a couple of ways, but one is through trafficked children and women. So women and children are forced into prostitution and trafficking to meet this demand. Then victims are actually further exploited when their abuse is filmed and photographed. Then what does that create? More hardcore violent pornography, which what does that do? That feeds back into the demand chain. So you see this cycle of abuse that's happening. Let me give you an example. Pornhub, the largest pornography enterprise on the internet, is worth billions and billions of dollars, and it's horrible. They've got all this extreme content, obscenity that is prosecutable under federal US laws. However, they also have trafficking victims and minor kids, which is basically child pornography, or what we call child sexual abuse images. In fact, the most watched video this year was in February, was of a teen girl being brutally raped and electrocuted. And I'm not going to go into any more details than that. Also, there are moms are finding their kids that have been missing because the videos and pictures of these girls are being posted on these types of pornography sites like Pornhub. So all this to say, we have got to address the pornography problem. It's the big elephant in the room. So let me tell you what we're doing. Several years ago, before the last presidential election, Enough is Enough, the organization that I run, wrote the first ever Children's Internet Safety Presidential Pledge. And what we did is we asked Clinton and Trump, when they were candidates, to agree before they became president, whoever would win, to agree to aggressively enforce all the existing federal laws on the books and to move new policy to protect children in the digital world from trafficking, sexual predation, child pornography, and this hardcore obscenity. So the administration has been doing great. They're going gangbusters on everything except for the obscenity laws. And this is where we need your help. We really need to let this administration know that this is important, because we believe that without enforcing these laws, we're never going to be able to truly curb and even abolish this scourge of sex trafficking. Secondly, we created the Children's Internet Safety Governor's Pledge and the Children's Internet Safety State Attorneys General Pledge. And we have about 18 state AGs. It's very similar to the President's Pledge. So here's how you can help. Go to our website at enough.org. Go to these pledges, look at them, contact your leaders. If you know a state attorney general or a governor and they haven't signed the pledge, ask them to do this. This is a wonderful way that you can get involved and they can make a commitment that is public, that they are going to take this seriously. And last of all, I just want to say, sign up for our newsletter. We're keeping you current on all these issues. And also, please remember that this is the kind of thing that can happen to any child in your sphere of influence. No kid is immune. So parents and grandparents, be the first line of defense. We're here to help you so that you can protect your own children and also keep eyes wide open to protect others. So thank you so much. Thank you, Blanquita. Thank you, Voices Against Trafficking. We're just pleased to be here to be a part of this effort.
Well, we're just honored to have you be such an active charter member of Voices Against Trafficking, because we lift up all of our independent members. We recognize that we are just a network of great people trying to be able to valiantly fight, almost like they did in the abolitionist movement back in the Civil War, that had the decency to respect the right of self-determination, the right of humans, no matter how young or how old, to have their own ability to live in a free society. Thank you, Donna. And you know, we have another wonderful person that we just adore. The Reverend Dr. Betty Lancaster Short. She's amazing. Quest for Wholeness. She is dedicated to advancing spiritual and mental health. We hear a lot of the survivors say that they survived because they believed in a higher power. It helped their mental health. She is a nurse, hospital chaplain, journalist, mental health advocate, licensed counselor, radio, TV producer, and she's also an on-air radio personality. She is just a fearless fighter and leader and a true force for good. We're so blessed to have you. The Reverend Dr. Betty Lancaster Short, we want to hear from you.
Well, Blanquita, I am not Dr. Betty, but she is on her way. She had a little bit of a glitch with the phone line, but we are getting her connected as we speak. So we had her, we lost her, but we're getting her back.
Well, you know, the funny thing is, and I think people are now learning, you know, we've all been isolated in our homes. And so now we're knowing how to have these great meetings online. And I hope you're following us on YouTube and Facebook and going to our site, VoicesAgainstTrafficking.com. And here is we have the great doctor, the Reverend Dr. Betty Lancaster Short, Quest for Wholeness. You take it, girl.
Well, I thank God for the fact that you've been able to formulate this wonderful and tremendous organization. And I don't know what has been said because I've been placed on mute, but I just want to say this, that no matter what we do, from the old tradition, we know that he's the Alpha, the Omega, the beginning and the end, the once was when there was no was, and he is the I am. And no matter how sophisticated we think we are, we're little drops of rain and little grains of sand. We're making the mighty ocean a pleasant land. And we have to understand clearly there isn't anything that we can do and will not be able to do without empowering the powerless, without being the voice to the voiceless, without even calling on the power that is above us and who has formulated us. One of the things I want to say is I am entrusting the power of God into everything that we're doing, because we cannot do anything without the universal God. And as the old folk would say, you know, he's a healer. He is our power when we're powerless. He's the voice to the voiceless. He's joy when we're sorrowful. And he is the one that brings healing to those who are sick and need his strength. And clearly he's a lawyer in the courtroom. Now, these are old additives, but they still work. I want us to understand that clearly we, the people of God, and those of us who call ourselves American, we have to understand that this is what we are dealing with. Called trafficking has been the formulation, has been the powerhouse to the building of America. What America has to do is America has to repent. America has to acknowledge who they are, whose they are, where they're going. And once they do that, they have to clearly understand that we have to stop this, what is it called? The beatification. Not beautification, but beatification. That has to do, we are formulating this concept that there are those folk who have done something that they haven't. But I want to say to the audience out there that's listening today that this group of folk who have come together and who have dared to make a difference, who have dared to say we're going to stand together, we're going to be together. It matters not who we are, but we have to understand that we are recognizing that it is love, and that is those of us who have determined that we're going to do something different, that we're going to do something special, that we're going to love and we're going to unite, and we're going to say to all of those that are out there that we must come together no matter what our differences, no matter what our edifications, idiosyncrasies are, that we have to understand that we are beautifully and wonderfully made, and we have to get that message out there, because there are those who have been saturated with the misconceptualization that somehow or other they are less than. And I believe because Quest for Wholeness is one of the organizations that have said from the very beginning that, you know, you are somebody and that you're created in the image of God, we have to develop strong families. No, everybody doesn't have a two-party family, but the fact of the matter is it takes a village to raise a child, and that we have to provide the empowerment. We have to involve us as a people. And the concept we understand is that we must recognize that there are people who have not really been exposed to what's going on. And because America has to repent, America has to understand who they are, and they have to first acknowledge that they have built what it is. We have been built on trafficking, but we have to say then that we have to repent. So therefore, once we have repented, we have to understand that we have to receive the forgiveness concept. We have to forgive one another, even for those of us who knew what was going on, knew something strange was going on, but we did not know how to necessarily define. We didn't know what the definitive was. And we have to understand that we have to step up to the plate, and that we have to become activists. We have to acknowledge that even though there are those of us who have been able to plug into the concept of what it is that must be changed, that we have to be about the business of bringing about change. I believe God has called us to be the anointed. He has appointed us to make a difference in this 21st century. Yes, this is 21st century slavery that we're dealing with. And yes, we have people that are sophisticated. We have lawyers, we have doctors, we have ambassadors in every area, in every aspect of our being in terms of the professions. But we have to understand we can do nothing without the universal God. We can do nothing save the power of God. We have got to understand clearly that even though we have the sophistication and we matriculated in any number of schools and we're in various professions, we have to understand that God is the light of the world. He enlightens us and he enlivens us, and he has brought us to the place where he will show us the way, he will show us the truth. And no, it is not easy to step into the plate and say, okay, we're going to be involved. We're going to be a voice to the voiceless. And this organization has done that. This organization has said, we will dare and be the voice to the voiceless. I believe we are anointed and that we are appointed to make a difference in the 21st century. And all that there is, and even though there are those of us who have come to the throne of grace, and we have repented for who we are, and even indulging in some instances and did not know that we were, we need to say, okay, God, the universal God that you are, who are the ones that we must go to? And we cannot afford the luxury of being faithless. We cannot afford the luxury of thinking that there are those who don't necessarily fall into a particular category, that they are less than. But I believe because we are motivated by this group, that we have got to understand that there are things that we are to do, and that the truth is the way that we must traverse. I understand that we are looking for healing, we're looking for joy, and this is a concept that has necessarily not been put forth. And there are those things that we do in the community as far as social persons are concerned, as social workers, as professional counselors, as psychologists, as lawyers. But we have to understand, with all the professions that we are, we have to ask God for the unity. And we are going to say at this point, here we are, God.
Amen, Dr. Betty. God bless you. You give us courage.
You give us courage. So we can say the difference and make the difference in the world of the powerless. We have been anointed to be the voice to the voiceless and to give joy and sorrow.
God bless you too. And thank you. Honestly, I tell you, if you don't feel courage by hearing her, I don't know where courage is going to come from. You know, what we've been talking about here is we're a bipartisan effort. It's not about right versus left. It's about right versus wrong. And one of the people that we're very, very thrilled to have you get to meet, because I don't think you've heard from her before. She is a special advisor on human trafficking, Domestic Policy Council. And we're talking about Heather Fisher. She works at the Executive Office of the President of the United States. This is a brand newly created position. And she works right across the White House components and the federal interagency to coordinate and implement the president's commitment to prevent and combat human trafficking and online child exploitation. She joined the administration back in 2019 as a special advisor to the ambassador at large, John Cotton, Richmond, in the office to monitor and combat trafficking. But I'm telling you, as in this newly created position, she is gangbusters. We're thrilled about Heather Fisher. Thank you, Heather, for joining us here in our first online Victims Against Human Trafficking conference. We're so thrilled that you are part of it, and we want you to talk to everyone and give the insight and what the president's commitment is to this.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Blanquita. It's really a pleasure to join all of you. Thank you for that warm and kind introduction. I'm so grateful to speaking to you and your community today. I'm so pleased for the opportunity to speak to Voices Against Trafficking. Your collective commitment and leadership to combat human trafficking really does mean the world to those of us who have committed our lives to this shared mission. I also want to thank all of you on the call this afternoon. Some of you have been participating, that are participating in this call today. We're working on human trafficking years before the implementation of the Palermo Protocol and the Trafficking Victims Protection Act of 2000. This year, we celebrate 20 years of putting freedom first. And together, we've accomplished so much in the anti-trafficking field, but truly, we have so much more to do. As you know, human trafficking is a form of modern slavery, and it's among the most pressing human rights issues of our time. And it means a great deal to me that you would take the time out of your busy schedules to join us for this webinar. I'm truly privileged to be chosen by the President and his administration to be the first to assume this newly created role within the White House. President Trump and advisor Ivanka Trump are tremendous champions in the fight to combat human trafficking. My first order of business is to work across the various White House offices and the federal agencies to continue driving forward on the actions laid out in the President's executive order on combating human trafficking and online child exploitation in the United States, signed by the President on January 30th of 2020. I want to note the priority areas outlined in the executive order for you all. First, I am pleased to say that we fulfilled the President's order to the Domestic Policy Council to commit one employee position to work on issues related to combating human trafficking into, from, and within the United States when I came aboard the White House in June. Second, the State Department's commitment to create a central location online for the federal government's anti-human trafficking resources is already underway. Third, the State Department, Department of Justice, and Health and Human Services recently convened the research community to host a prevalence reduction innovation forum. These coordinated efforts among the three agencies will establish sector and geographic specific prevalence estimates on human trafficking. Fourth, we have improved coordination amongst DOJ, Department of Labor, and Department of Homeland Security with respect to targeting traffickers. and sharing law enforcement intelligence. Additionally, we've asked these agencies to coordinate with the task force on missing and murdered American Indians and Alaska Natives. Today, I'm pleased to say DOJ and DHS will propose to the President through DPC Acting Director Rollins legislative and executive actions that will overcome information sharing challenges and improve law enforcement's capabilities to detect real-time sharing of child sexual abuse materials online. Fifth, DOJ, HHS, and DHS continue their commitment to protecting survivors of human trafficking and child exploitation, and will work together to locate children who are missing and at risk of human trafficking and child exploitation. These three agencies will engage with social media companies, the tech industry, state, local, and tribal and territorial child welfare agencies, the National Center for Missing Exploited Children, and law enforcement at all levels. Further, HHS will establish an internal working group to develop and incorporate practical strategies for state, local, and tribal governments, child welfare agencies, and faith-based and other community-based organizations to expand housing for survivors of human trafficking. This priority area addresses a significant housing gap that we know exists, and we can't tackle this alone. So we're looking forward to working with you all on that initiative. Last but certainly not least, I look forward to working with DOJ, DHS, and Department of Ed as they fund human trafficking and child exploitation prevention programs. It is critical that we continue to scale our work on research-based programs that are showing promising practices. This truly will be key in ensuring that we have a parallel prevention commitment to our current protection and prosecution work. It is the goal of the administration, as I know it is for many of you, to empower children and caregivers and parents with critical safety information and skills to keep themselves safe from predators, including traffickers, especially during the COVID-19 outbreak. Children are online more now than ever before. In fact, according to Child Rescue Coalition, we're told that online child exploitation during the COVID-19 pandemic has increased 45% from April 17th to June 19th in the United States. Additionally, law enforcement saw an increase in referrals from the National Center for Missing Exploited Children and an increase of activity on the dark web, an increase of disclosures from the public to law enforcement agencies. And despite the increased dangers of online exploitation that children face while at home and the greater risks victims of human trafficking continue to confront amid the pandemic, we aren't stopping. DHS Homeland Security Investigations is now offering virtual seminars from their iGuardian prevention programs that educate community members, caregivers, and kids on how children can stay safe online and mitigate the risk of child exploitation. DHS, DOJ, and the State Department collaborated with the Five Eyes countries and tech industry to develop and platform child online safety public service announcements to provide practical tips to children and caregivers how to stay safe online from predators during COVID-19. You can find the repository of public service announcements on the website of the Global Partnership to End Violence Against Children. I'm so grateful to each of these agencies for their significant contributions and look forward to continuing to collaborate with them as we further implement the executive order on combating human trafficking and online child exploitation. For those of you on this call who I haven't had the privilege of meeting yet, I look forward to getting to know you. All of you on this call are leaders in this effort to address modern slavery and prevent child exploitation. Please do consider what your contribution is to the anti-trafficking effort. From survivor leaders to victim service providers, law enforcement, community leaders, faith-based communities, healthcare providers, educators, and government officials, we all have an important part to play in combating human trafficking. This is an all-hands-on-deck effort, and strategic collaboration is key. Thank you so much for including me.
Well, now, wait a minute. I think, Andy, you were going to say a little something about Heather. We're not letting you off the hook so easy because she's got all these organizations, but she's got to become now like a charter member of the Voices Against Trafficking because we're going to count on that. But you had something you wanted to say, Andy.
Absolutely. Heather, thank you so much for joining us. And I am so excited because as a survivor leader myself, this administration has been so proactive. And I'm really, really honored that you were able to take a few minutes out of your hugely busy life to be with us today. Voices Against Trafficking is going all the way with you. So whatever you need from us, we're there. The pursuit of protection, prevention, prosecution, we're all in it. So thank you so much for being with us today.
It's my pleasure, Andy, and we can't do this work without you all. And Deb Sigmund, I've known for many years, and all of our
Oh, yeah.
So just so grateful to you all for just being trailblazers for a really long time. You all have had sustained, significant impact, and I'm truly appreciative. So I'm looking forward to working together.
Well, we're counting on it. And you know, the other thing is you talked about our wonderful Deborah Sigmund. I don't know if you know our next speaker. I'm sure you do, because, you know, the great thing that we've accomplished through this wonderful partnership is we have international great friends. And if you don't know Rosie Orozco, I want you to listen to her a little bit. She's brought on the counterparts. As you know, we have many members of Congress. We also have that with Mexico. But Rosie, she is a world recognized Mexican activist, human rights defender, and she made it possible as a congresswoman to establish the human trafficking law in her country of Mexico, my mother's country. My mother was a Mexican citizen. She's dedicated to support the opening of specialized shelters for children and teenagers that are rescued from sexual slavery. She's participated in relevant global campaigns and alliances with UNODC and many human trafficking focused NGOs, and more than 3,000 people and authorities trained, and over 300 victims successfully attended. Really, she's a legend, and we are so honored, and we want you to hear a little bit of her if you don't know her. Thank you. God bless you, Heather. But my honor to introduce my darling friend, Rosie Orozco. Bienvenidos, mi amiga.
Gracias.
Saludos.
Gracias, Blanquita. Such an honor to be with you and all the incredible women. I have been with Debbie and I have met her and all their incredible job. But of course, what I really adore of Voices Against Trafficking is that Andy, a survivor, will be a leader on this fight. And of course, Blanquita, you are such a friend, and I was really amazed by what Donna has said about pornography. Well, we have to raise our voices together internationally, and together because to be united is what makes us so strong. And we have to not only raise our voices, but also be a makers. I am challenged all the people that is listening to these videos that we all will be makers. We'll be doing things like we have started 2 hotlines in Mexico, and that's so important to denounce that we all will watch. I love the campaign of Blue Heart from UN because it says human beings are not for sale. So every time that we see that a human body is being sold, that a human being is being sold, please raise your voice. Our voices are an instrument to say stop trafficking. And of course, after denouncing, of course, we have to push this kind of law, like Donna was saying. You know, in our Mexican law, we punish the pornography, but the sad part is that we are one of the producers of child pornography, that we are one of the leaders in the world for producing this child pornography. Our law is working, but sadly, not all the governors, not all the states implement our law. So we can, in Mexico, we can raise our voices in each state. But the most important part, something that we have to be part of it, is to help the shelters. The shelters are so important. We started in 2007, the first shelter in Mexico. I was trained in Washington in an event that was the Bridge Project with Concert Women for America. And it was in that administration where it started a lot of the things that was international and was so important between our countries. And then in 2017, we started the first shelter in America for boys. And I can tell you that has changed completely my life, because we all have been with a lot of opportunities in life, and we have to be makers to give the voice also to the survivors, to give them a blank page, we call it. I wrote a book that is coming to Amazon soon in English. It's going to be called in English Blank Page. And it's about the importance of giving the girls and the boys that has been victims a blank page to write a new story, to be part of the movement. And that's why I adore that Andy is with us and that people like her will be the leaders of this fight. To end, I will really make a challenge to pass laws that punish the demand. France has been now a leader. Sweden started with the Nordic law, but it is the most important thing we can do in our countries to push the laws that will punish the demand. I really believe that there are some states, some cities that are showing who are the clients, who are the buyers, and that's so important to end human trafficking. That's the most important thing we are going to do in the next 10 days in Mexico, 10 days and 10 years, of course, but also to open 32 shelters, one in each state. We have to be makers. We have to raise our voices together. But of course, I challenge you to do something, especially with the victims, especially to reintegrate them successfully, because they are the people why we all started to fight. So please take a blank page, help them to write a new story, and help us all to keep the shelters going. I also honor that Alma Tucker is here, and she's going to be introduced later, but I want to introduce somebody who has helped not only with the laws, because he's a senator, Manuel Anorve, but also I want to honor him because his wife, Congresswoman Julieta Anorve, she was the one who protected the law. The law was going to be undermined. There was people, incredible politicians that were trying to undermine our Mexican law. And he and the wife has been protecting that the pimps will not come out from jail. You know, I'm going to introduce with Blanquita some makers like your government, and I applaud the woman who spoke from the White House, because in this government, in this administration, you know, the cases like Maxwell and Epstein are incredible. And there is happening many things like that. We have an international case that is much worse. And I applaud that you are doing incredible thing against trafficking. Well, let me honor my friend Manuel Anorve, the senator from Mexico, who also is doing incredible things from the senator chamber. Let's hear Manuel Anorve. Blanquita.
In this World Day Against Trafficking in Persons, it is for me a great honor to take place in this important event. I want to thank the organizations that made this international forum possible. Particularly, I want to thank the Comisión Unidos contra la Trata. Especially like to acknowledge the hard work of Rosy Orozco, a tenacious social fighter and a very good friend of my family's, and of all those who she has accurately rescued in this horrible scourge that hurts our society. I would also like to give my warmest regards to everyone listening to us today. Today, unfortunately, Mexico is 5th in human trafficking worldwide, and it is 1st in Latin America. Unfortunately, most of us know or have heard of a victim of this horrible scourge. That is why, since I took office as a senator in the Mexican Republic, I have promoted different agreements, initiatives to strengthen the legal framework of the Mexican state and provide modern and effective tools to the authorities who are in charge of investigating and punishing these crimes. Without a doubt, there are still many legislative challenges that need to be improved. We have the opportunity to make a difference for many victims and stop having any more in the future. A first step is taking place today in the Mexican Senate, where we will be approving the reforms that are closely related to the secondary laws of the pretrial detention. As you know, since last year in Mexico in the Congress, we modified the Article number 19 of the Constitution to include in the list of felonies that require an official pretrial detention crimes such as minor abuse and feminicides. This way, crimes such as the ones mentioned before in human trafficking will require an official pretrial detention. With the reforms that will be approved in the following hours, those who commit such crimes will need to carry out their criminal proceedings in process in the place where they should be, which is in jail and not outside in the streets, intimidating and re-victimizing innocent people. Another legislative achievement is the approval of the confiscation law, which entitles the Mexican state to cut or supply any kind of resource to criminals so that they cannot operate with exorbitant amounts of money, human trafficking networks, and organized crime. With this legal tool that was given to the Mexican state, they can no longer have ways to finance crime, and that way criminals will no longer have the power of money that allows them to buy whatever they want and corrupt whatever they touch. They will no longer have this power to harm society. On another matter, in the Senate, I was able to promote the signing of a collaboration agreement with a non-profit organization, Policías Celestiales, to contribute with the strengthening of the police force in the states and counties and train them on how to rescue and protect victims of human trafficking. It is time to close ranks and come together in this fight against human trafficking, child pornography, and all crimes related. It is necessary to analyze and discuss all the measures that will allow us to fight this scourge that hurts and destroys human dignity. The victims of this crime can count on us to change the legislation and strengthen it on their favor. You can be certain of it. Due to the fact that the human trafficking is a way of modern slavery where women and girls are treated as merchandise or as objects, we need to bring awareness on these matters, as well as the importance of a sustainable development that will not harm the most vulnerable people. That is why it is important to update our legal framework and strengthen the police force, as I've mentioned before, of our country. Once again, I want to acknowledge the organizers because I am convinced that making this problem visible is the first step to achieve the necessary legal reforms and then be able to eradicate completely this crime. Thank you very much for your attention.
And Deborah Sigmund, I think one of your other great friends is waiting to be introduced. I know that we've been working very carefully with law enforcement as well. I'm going to turn this over to you because you've been friends with Jerry for a very long time. And Deborah, do I have you there? We've got to unmute you. Right. There we go, darling.
It's tricky. Okay. Well, Jerry, Chief Jerry Garnett, certainly his agency is our friend. Innocence at Risk started the Flight Attendant Initiative in 2008. We took it to Homeland Security, and it was Chief Jerry Garnett's, who is a special agent assigned to HSI. He's an ICE agent in charge of the Human Trafficking Unit in Washington, D.C. This is your unit that I met with in 2009, and this is what we established Blue Lightning. Well, your agency did with Homeland Security and transportation. So this was 2009. It got slowed down a little bit, but I'll tell you one thing. ICE agents said to me, you have the flight attendants keep reporting the situations, we'll keep meeting the planes. That's what we're here for. And that you are unsung heroes. You truly are. Thank you for all you do, because I can report a situation on a plane, as I have, my colleagues have, and the flight attendants do this every day because they're an army of angels. The flight attendants are. But it's your team, ICE agents, that meet the planes and take that innocent girl, boy, or young man to safety. So thank you for what you do, and we're looking forward to hearing from you, and thank you for being here today, Special Agent Jerry Garnett. Welcome.
Well, thank you for that kind introduction, Deborah. I really appreciate the invitation to be here and to represent Homeland Security investigations in this very important event. I salute you and the other organizers for your efforts to raise awareness of and to fight human trafficking. Homeland Security Investigations, HSI, is the largest investigative agency in the Department of Homeland Security, with over 200 domestic offices and 80 international offices in 53 countries. This global footprint allows HSI to be strategically positioned to work with law enforcement partners as well as non-government organizations around the world. HSI has the authority to enforce over 400 federal statutes, which enables a multifaceted approach to human trafficking investigations. The mission of HSI's human trafficking investigations is twofold. First, to proactively identify, disrupt, and dismantle domestic and transnational criminal organizations engaged in human trafficking, and minimize the risk they pose to national security and public safety. Second, to employ a victim-centered approach, whereby equal value is placed on the identification, rescue, and stabilization of victims, as well as the investigation and prosecution of traffickers. HSI's counter-human trafficking strategy is rooted in the 3 Ps outlined in the Palermo Protocol: prevention, protection, and prosecution. Additionally, HSI has added a 4th P, and that is partnership. In line with prevention, and in response to an increasing and distinct set of industry typologies associated with human trafficking, HSI developed an initiative to address human trafficking in certain underreported industries in the US. The initiative establishes a methodology for a more focused, strategic outreach to mitigate trafficking by engaging key industries and raising public awareness to recognize and report human trafficking. The initiative is called Stop Trafficking, where STOP stands for Strategic Targeted Outreach Program. With regard to protection, HSI's Victim Assistance Program provides a critical resource to HSI investigations and criminal prosecutions by ensuring that victims of human trafficking are afforded their rights and have access to the services to which they are entitled by law. This helps to stabilize the victims so that they are more able to participate in criminal justice system proceedings and cooperate with law enforcement. Forms of immigration relief are also available to victims that are foreign nationals. Last year, HSI identified and assisted 428 victims of human trafficking. Prosecution is simply that. In FY19, HSI initiated over 1,000 human trafficking investigations, effected more than 2,000 criminal arrests, and achieved almost 700 convictions. Additionally, HSI provides training, expertise, and strategies on combating human trafficking to foreign law enforcement and government officials through our international offices and the Department of State International Law Enforcement Academy program. We also provide training to our federal, state, and local law enforcement partners here in the United States as well through our various domestic offices. The final pillar is partnership. HSI seeks to aggressively target human traffickers using a comprehensive approach with an emphasis on partnership. This involves significant coordination, outreach, and coalition building efforts, not only with other law enforcement agencies at the federal, state, local, tribal, and international levels, but also with non-government organizations and service providers. HSI participates in approximately 90 human trafficking task forces across the United States. In January of this year, the Department of Homeland Security Acting Secretary, Chad Wolf, announced the department's strategy to combat human trafficking, the importation of goods produced with forced labor, and child sexual exploitation. This strategy articulates the department's long-term approach for combating these crimes and serves as a framework to prioritize resources and monitor progress. Additionally, this strategy supports the President's Interagency Task Force to monitor and combat trafficking in persons. In furtherance of this strategy, HSI is leading efforts to open a center that will bring resources and personnel from agencies across DHS together in a single location to combat human trafficking. The goal is to have the center open and operating by late fall. I wish to thank you all for your time, and also thank you all for your efforts to help end the urge of trafficking in persons around the world. Thank you.
Chief, we're so happy that you joined us. My goodness, we can't do it alone, and we need the strong support of ICE and law enforcement, Homeland Security. God bless you. And you know, the Voices Against Trafficking really appreciate all the efforts and the time that you spent here to join us here. We're going to include you in a lot of the things that we're doing, and we really thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. I appreciate it. And thanks again for the invitation. It was a pleasure.
Oh, we appreciate it. And, you know, we have a wonderful friend that has been with us from the beginning, a member of Congress. And I have to just be upfront and just tell you right away that he's my member of Congress from the Lone Star State. And that is a wonderful member by the name of Congressman Chip Roy. He's a former federal prosecutor. He's a top advisor to a lot of Texas officials in his history. I mean, he was a chief of staff for Ted Cruz, and I mean, he worked with John Cornyn, leaders in the state, and even a former governor, Rick Perry. But right now, our good friend, we just love you, Chip Roy. I'm so happy you're here with us. He is the ranking member on the Oversight Subcommittee on Civil Rights and Civil Liberties. And I remember the last time I saw you, Congressman, you said you took this very seriously and you wanted to help these women and children and these little boys and victims of human trafficking. So God bless you and for being here. And we want to hear everything you have to say.
Well, I think I need to have you be the person who introduces me everywhere, because that was a fantastic introduction, and I'm very grateful for it. It's far too kind, but I do feel very passionately about the issue that we're here to discuss. I'm glad that a number of my colleagues have been joining and other important leaders here in Washington. For those who don't know me, before I was a congressman, the bio alluded to the fact that I've had a number of positions involved in leadership in government, working with Senator Cruz, Governor Perry. Importantly, for the purpose of this conversation, the first assistant attorney general under Attorney General Ken Paxton. And this is when this issue became really up close and personal to me, because we had an advocate in the office and a wonderful woman who was passionate about this issue, had worked in San Antonio up close and personally there as I think assistant DA, if I have that right in my memory. And she was working on this issue. And that's where I first learned about what human trafficking even really was. I'd read about it generally, but I mean, really learned personally about what we're talking about in terms of stories, real lives, the slavery aspect of it, the absolute horrors of the entire sort of organized effort of human trafficking. And it was then when it became clear to me that this wasn't what we're talking about in terms of cross-border trafficking. And that while that's a component of this horror and something we need to discuss, this was a much larger issue and something that I was learning as we went. And so we worked very hard and created a special human trafficking division at the Office of the Attorney General, which has been extremely active over the last several years since I've since left the AG's office. But Attorney General Paxton and those that I worked with have carried that forward and done an exceptional job. That task force that was created has had 26 cases resolved or trial, has obtained 441 years in prison sentences, and was at the center of working with, I think, some of our colleagues in California to go after Backpage and to shut Backpage down, because these are the kinds of tools that are being used by these purveyors of sex trafficking and human trafficking. It is also where I learned about the without getting into it here specifically, but obviously I've had some great conversations with this organization and the individuals that have been negatively impacted by this terrible institution, and how important it is that we attack it federally. Now, since I've been in Congress, and particularly over the last roughly 8 to 9 months, particularly since we all met there in the Capitol, I've been asking for, and I don't know why we have not yet had, despite the virus, it doesn't matter, we've had some hearings. I've been asking for a hearing in the Oversight Committee on human trafficking. I think we need to have a large public hearing that draws out the problems that we see with human trafficking. I've been asking of that of my subcommittee. I'm the ranking member on the subcommittee on civil rights and civil liberties. I can think of no better place to be talking about this, and I think we ought to be having it at the level of the Oversight Committee. I don't know why my Democrat colleagues won't oblige. They always tell me that they agree this is an important issue, but for whatever reason, we have not had that hearing. And unfortunately, we continue to have a whole lot of politicized hearings, like one they're having right now that I'm skipping out of to do this, and we'll go back to. We need to have a hearing on this. We need to highlight this. We need to have not just one hearing, but 10 hearings, because this is such an important issue. And I will take one moment, though, to draw the overlap with border security. They are not one and the same. Trafficking across our border is different, but there's often a connection. And I want to draw one connection that concerns me, and that is, as we saw last year when we had 900,000 individuals apprehended at our border, and we saw the empowerment of cartels and organized crime within Mexico, Central America, South America, profiting by moving human beings across our border into America. Now, that's different than those that profit in the sort of slave trade of human trafficking within our boundaries and across the world. Comes from China, comes from all over, and we all know that. But there is an overlap. And what my concern is this. We've found lots of examples where we would run across stash houses where people were being held hostage here to then have to pay the cartels or pay the illicit organizations for their fare in coming to the United States. And then what happens? Now you've got something you're holding over somebody. And once you're holding something over somebody, now you've got power. And what I learned about human trafficking from Kirsta and the people I worked with was this is all about power. It was all about control. It was all about owning people. It's why the nexus to slavery and the overlap to slavery is so apropos. So I think that we need to be very cognizant of why these are kind of separate things. They're very much overlapping and related. And I want to be aware of that, because what's happening right now, we had a drop off in some of that traffic from Central America and the Northern Triangle. It's increasing now. And it's going to increase a little bit more as the economic conditions in Mexico worsen. So there's a lot to talk about, and I'm happy to talk a little bit more if you've got time, but I appreciate the opportunity to join you all.
Well, Congressman, you know how much we respect you, and there you are right in the area close to the border. And, you have a commitment. If you get those hearings, you have an international forum here with our friends like Alma Tucker, who's on the border between Tijuana and San Diego, Rosie Orozco. We will go and help you with Voices Against Trafficking and anything you need. You've been a great friend to us. We really treasure the fact that you are not messing around. You're very committed, and we thank you from the bottom of our heart. And thank your great staff, too, for making this happen as well.
Well, no, thank you. Thanks for including us, and just God bless y'all. Keep trucking. We're going to beat this.
Yes, we are. We're going to beat it with guys that have a conscience like you and the Congress. Thank you so much. And our friend that we've been talking about, Rosie Orozco, brought forward some great people, some great leadership. And in fact, there is a man who is a doctor, Dr. Santiago Nieto, and he is the man that is really involved with so much of trying to find the financial undercovering of the dirty money. And so with that, we're going to have a video from him. But again, thank you, Congressman.
Yes.
Anything we can do. And there's Rosie. Rosie, listen, I wanted you to meet Congressman Roy because he's right there near the border.
Yes, I have met him.
That's good. And Alma, we're going to get us all back together, and Andy, and we'll get the gang back together to do something for you and the Congressman. And Rosie, take it away.
Yes.
Yes, we are. We're going to beat it with guys that have a conscience like you and the Congress, Congressman.
Yes. Yes, we admire you, Congressman. You already have a bill that we ask you to pass because it's important for both countries what you are doing. Thank you. We are going to introduce Dr. Santiago Nieto. Blanquita, this is a man who is such a brave man. He has been threatened by the worst mafias recently, and he's doing incredible things that we have never seen in Mexico because he's after the traffickers. Thanks to him, we have captured one of the worst traffickers, the trafficker from Carla Jacinto. We followed that man for 12 years, and he is also doing this incredible thing to frozen his money. He's the head of the Financial Intelligence Unit of the Ministry of Finances and Public Credit. He's a hero in Mexico. Let's hear him.
I would like to thank Rosy Orozco for the invitation to be part of this forum. I believe it is one of the main topics of the public agenda of our country and of the Financial Intelligence Unit, UIF for its acronym in Spanish. The UIF is committed in bringing equality commitments and having intelligence products with a gender perspective that may be developed in investigations to attack the great problem of human trafficking, and particularly in operations with the resources that have an illicit origin derived from this same course. Establish indicators, risk models, and typologies that will allow to generate a methodology for the detection, analysis, prevention, and dissemination of information and trafficking matters. We need to state that the crime of human trafficking is one that is transnational, as well as corruption, drug trafficking, and weapon trafficking. It is one of the most lucrative businesses for organized crime. That is why if we want to reduce their operational capacity for these groups, our best shot is to define and attack their financial institution. There is a relationship between organized crime and human trafficking, especially when it comes to corrupting minors and engaging them in illicit activities. We have received 58 reports as of now. Human trafficking with purposes of sexual exploitation, we have received 365 reports in the unit, and the organ trafficking, tissues and cells from the UIF has identified 49 reports from 2004 to June 2020. Moreover, we need to be acknowledged that the relationship between cybercrime and human trafficking. We have received reports from other authorities stating that matters such as child pornography and engaging victims through social media have been multiplying in this pandemic moment. What we mean is that 117% of new cases of child pornography during the months of the pandemic. And it's been pretty much the same as to the engaging of victims through social media. It is fundamental that we all become aware of it, and this way generate public policies, discussions, and prevention activities within Mexican families to stop this wrong from happening in our society. Another important matter has been the increasing of the vulnerability of victims in this pandemic time. Human trafficking, child pornography, as I mentioned before, but also matters that are related and affect the working rights. We have seen as vulnerable sectors first, forced labor. We see how criminal groups are abusing of the economic needs of the groups of people in our population that have been harmed the most. They engage their victims through working offers and then exploit them. 2. Migrants, a variable of this same activity, where they recruit underage victims to commit illicit activities and the abduction of women and girls for sexual exploitation. The UIF can contribute with close follow-up with the risk related to money flow and transportation, commercial flights, and international transfers. And finally, the increasing vulnerability of girls and boys and teenagers that has been taking place in this last month. It is a great concern for us. Up until this point, we have presented 4 reports to the Attorney General's Office of the Republic on human trafficking and 1 for organ trafficking. Through financial information, we have been able to obtain 4 apprehension orders in Quintana Roo and Mexico City. It definitely is one of the central topics in the UIF agenda. to be able to defend the rights of women, girls, and boys through our information mechanics, analysis, and filing of complaints. We have generated 2 risk models that tackle human trafficking. One, the entering of young girls from South America to the country with sexual exploitation purposes, in which case their passports are withdrawn from them and they are forced to prostitute themselves. 2, the abduction of Mexican girls, mainly happening in states such as Tlaxcala, Puebla, Oaxaca, Chiapas, Guerrero, who are mostly taken to the big metropolis of the Mexican Republic or the United States. We also have a typology that involves crypto coins closely related to the cases of human trafficking. 29 people have been blocked from the 4 complaints filed. The 60 people have been incorporated to the list of people blocked, summing up a total amount blocked of 215 million pesos. This, together with the dissemination of information, national and international authorities to fight this scourge. We project the request of international collaboration and the work done with non-profit organizations to sensitize the people and the work done with the district attorney's office. We believe that the great message should be coordinated between the local attorneys and state offices to fight this crime. On behalf of the UIF, we will keep our commitment to attack any kind of behavior that generates a violation to women's rights, girls' and boys' rights, particularly issues related to human trafficking. Thank you very much.
Treat to have people that you really are friends with who are incredible humans that have courage. And I've known Alma Checa for a while. I know Rosie has. We're dear friends with her. She's actually from a part of the country where I actually grew up, and that's in San Diego. And she deals with one of the hardest borders on the Mexican border, Tijuana, which has been notoriously poor and a lot of corruption. And Alma Checa is the founder of the International Network of Heart. She's a former investigative officer, Child Protection Unit, Mexican Consulate General of San Diego. She was invited by the White House to share her insight for years of assisting and advocating these human trafficking victims. And Rosie, I know you love her too. She's our precious friend.
Her.
We love her.
I admire her.
And she is a champion, a colleague of us here in the Voices Against Trafficking. Es un gran placer, mi amiga buena Alma. Bienvenidos a hablar con nuestra gente. Alma Checa, give us your thoughts, my dear friend. And we may have to unmute her. You know how that is. We may have to unmute. There she is,
my
that
dear
beautiful
friends,
face. We
my
love
dear
you.
friends. Today we did it. Thank you so much to put this together. I know you guys worked so hard, and I'm so honored to be part of this big event. Well, for the people that don't know me, this is Alma Checa. I'm the president and founder of International Network of Hearts, which was established in 2011. After working for 12 years in San Diego for the Mexican Consulate as a foreign officer, I have firsthand experience serving a victim of human trafficking that changed my life. And going through my memories, I totally remember when, back in 2007, I received a call early in the morning from the Border Patrol about a 12 years old girl. We will call her Maria. Maria's parents had hired a coyote to illegally bring her to the United States. After 2-3 days of hard travel, the traffickers told her that her parents only pay half of the fee, so she will have to use her body to pay the rest. She was then raped by nearly every man in the group before finally being rescued by a border patrol. As they transported her in emergency room in San Diego, I was called to come and support her because she was scared, had no one with her, and spoke no English. I recall walking down the hallway and hearing the voice of a little girl calling out for her mom. Her cry had a strong impact on me. Being able to help her when she had nowhere else to run opened my eyes and heart to the need for victims' care and protection. I promised that night I will make sure I will always be able to care for victims. After I retired from the consulate, my family and I started International Network of Hearts, where our mission is to bring hope, safety, and empowerment to children recovered from human trafficking. In 2013, we opened the first shelter in Baja, Mexico, just across the border from San Diego, California. And then in 2018, after realizing boys are just as vulnerable to trafficking, we opened a second shelter to care for boys who are often seen as the silent victims. Then in 2019, we opened a transition house for women ages 18 to 24, because in my experience of more than 25 years, I have often seen that even though a victim turned 18, that doesn't always mean that they are ready to enter society. Working then during the times of transition is extremely important. Statistics show the victims are not cared properly can even turn to be a victimizers. Then to this day, International Network of Heart is dedicated to prevention, prosecution, protection, and partnership. We're so happy to be able to serve victims, but also know how important it is to educate the community on the realities of human trafficking, because no human should be used for another's gain. We are grateful to be included in this great coalition of voices against trafficking and looking forward to continue working together in the fight against human trafficking. If you would like to hear more about our work, we would love to have you follow us on Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter. Thank you so much for joining this fight, because together we really can do more. Thank you, my friends.
And you know, Alma, I think it's important because with you and Rosie here, people know the truth of there is trafficking going on the border, that there is a lot of evil going on in the border, and you courageously have stood up, just like Rosie, against a lot of threats. Tijuana can be a very violent town. It is a very poor town many years ago, and now it's even worse. So God bless you, dear friend, and thank you for being so courageous. Te queremos mucho, okay?
Gracias. We love you too. Mucho amor.
Igualmente,
Gracias.
honey. And you know, we have developed some really wonderful friendships now from our very last, our first event at trying to pull together Voices Against Trafficking. And our group, we got to know a guy who is a retired deputy sheriff, Jeffrey Queen. He's the managing partner of Paladin Operations Group. And I call him Q, like they do in James Bond, because he is fierce about this. He's tough. He has pulled together so much of his resources and help trying to connect not just law enforcement, military, and security experts, and he consults with them and the private sector on security solutions, but also on the issue of human trafficking. And I want to welcome our dear, dear pal, the great Jeffrey Queen. Q, are you there with us right now, my friend?
I'm here, Blanquita. Thank you so much. I really am astounded that I'm actually here in this group. I was actually, you and I met in November, we met, I guess, in September of last year. I was in Washington for something else, and you came up to me at that event and said, please, can you help us? You have some law enforcement connections. Can you be a part of this? And the next thing I know, I'm speaking at the Capitol in front of Congress. And it was really ironic because I had just recently come from a business meeting out in San Diego, and the speaker, very dynamic speaker on stage, and was actually making a point about something else and talking about extreme poverty. But the one thing she said was that we have over 19,000 animal rescue facilities in this country and less than 700 beds to provide services for rescued human trafficking victims. And I looked at my wife and I said, there's absolutely no way that is true. That's 100% false. They're just throwing out numbers there. And so I came home. It weighed so much on me that I came home and I started studying and looking and researching. And I found out that there were 687 beds for human trafficking victims. And there were, in fact, over 19,000 animal rescue facilities in this country. And I said, that is unconscionable. That in this day and age that we could have what equates to modern day slavery going on globally, and we're more worried about dogs and cats. It's unconscionable. And so Secretary Chao mentioned that there are 500 transportation industry executives across the country who have committed themselves and signed a pledge to combat this. So I want to put out a challenge to the 535 members of Congress that we have. How come you all can't get on the board with this? This is a global pandemic. You want to talk about the coronavirus? This is a bigger pandemic. I would submit to all of you that this has cost us more in lives harmed globally every year than coronavirus has. And we have got to step up and do this, because we look at, the hate crimes that we have, laws that we have created. We have legislation that protects all kinds of different classes of people. Human trafficking literally steals the souls from these people. You have people who, from infancy, are being trafficked that have no way, if they're fortunate enough to get out, who can find a way to reassimilate into society. We need to create legislation that makes the trafficking in persons an international hate crime. And we need to prosecute these people to the fullest. I appreciate what Congressman Roy said about, not just one hearing, but dozens of hearings. We need to get out in front of this. We need 1 million voices to join us, because as Andy mentioned earlier, who says no to 1 million voices? So I challenge everybody that's listening around the world to jump on, join us, become charter members with Voices Against Trafficking, and let's put an end to this, because we look at previous generations and we point the finger at them and we say, man, how could they have let something like that happen? What are future generations going to say about us when they point the finger at us and ask, why didn't we do something right now to end this? So I thank you all for letting me be a part of this. This is a great group of people, and I would just encourage everybody to jump on this bandwagon. If you're ever going to jump on a bandwagon, this is the one.
Well, you're just right about that, Jeffrey, because people can say, well, they didn't know about it or they didn't think it was such an evil. But honestly, we know that it's a multi-billion-dollar international trafficking criminal activity, and you pointed that out better than anyone. I think you have another one of your great friends with us that's going to be joining us, and I want you to introduce him, because he's a great man. Chris Lim is a good guy we all want to hear from.
Well, yeah. So right here in Alabama, the little old state of Alabama, we've got a lot going on to combat human trafficking. And Chris Lim is a 14-year veteran of law enforcement. He was with the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department. After his career with LASD, worked with various nonprofit organizations providing services to victims of human trafficking. He was the vice president of justice and restoration with Saving Innocence, which is an organization in Los Angeles that works with minors who are victims of sex trafficking. He was the chief operating officer of End Slavery Tennessee in Nashville. Just a great advocate for human trafficking. Now he is at the University of Alabama. He is part of the research project to combat human trafficking, and he is pursuing a PhD at the University of Alabama in human trafficking and exploitation. So everybody please welcome Chris Lim.
Great. Well, thank you. It's an honor to be here with you, and I just love the opportunity to have a voice here with everybody with the Voices Against Trafficking. And I appreciate the kind introduction. And I think one of the things that is relevant to what I'm just going to share about today in the next minute or two is just the diversity of my background. And what that provides me with is some perspective on the issue. And, you know, that's one of the great things about Voices Against Trafficking. And it's really the perspective that we need as a whole to address this issue of human trafficking, both domestically in the US and internationally. And so the concept that I just want to bring across today, and that we've done some research on and a lot of teaching and training on, is the concepts of collaboration and a comprehensive approach to the issue. And so as Jeff was kind enough to mention, I've been at the University of Alabama now for going on about 3 years. The project that I'm working on there is a DOJ-funded project to create a statewide human trafficking protocol or an initiative. And so we spent the first year doing research around the entire state, talking to hundreds of people about the issue of human trafficking. And then spent the second year really focusing on analyzing that data and that information to see, you know, get an understanding of what human trafficking experience looks like in Alabama. And then this year we're actually writing the language, and we actually just finished the draft of the language for the statewide human trafficking protocol. And we're going to be unveiling that out to the state and all of that pretty soon. But the key thing, and the thing that strikes me the most when we're looking at the issue of human trafficking, and specifically desiring to find solutions for human trafficking, is the necessity to have a comprehensive approach and a collaborative approach on this issue. And by those two things, what I mean is just comprehensive on the issue of human trafficking. So we've got all types of human trafficking that's happening within the state and within the nation. And so we need to address all of those, all the various forms of labor and sex trafficking for both minors and adults and everything. Second is the collaboration piece. And this issue, because it addresses and affects every issue of really the human experience of the victims, requires a holistic and an approach from everybody to pull together and work together to solve the problem. Law enforcement and legislation and policy, educators, social services, mental health, child welfare, faith community, everybody needs to pull together comprehensively and collaboratively to address this issue of human trafficking. So I'm honored to be here. I thank you for the opportunity to be here. And I think that's probably all the time that I have. So thank you very much. And I look forward to hearing the rest of the folks on the call.
Well, thank you, Chris. Thank you, Chris. So excited to have you. Thank you for being a part of this and for the work you're doing. And go Alabama, okay?
Well timed.
All right. Well, I am so excited to introduce my next guest. He is such a great friend of all innocents and a great human rights leader from California. He brings hope to the hopeless, and he has been such a huge support to all of us in Voices Against Trafficking. I'm talking about the amazing Congressman Jim Costa from California. He is truly a fearless ally in the fight against human trafficking and a good friend. And I'm hoping that at some point we can bring a Beulah's Place to California, which is where I was born, and that would be a great thing. So without further ado, we are going to hear from Congressman Jim Costa.
Hello, I'm Congressman Jim Costa, and I want to thank Andy Berger and the Voices Against Trafficking for inviting me to take part in this forum that is so important to raise the awareness of this terrible atrocity plaguing our nation and the world. As original co-founder of the Congressional Crime Survivors and Justice Caucus with my friend Ted Poe, I've been involved in this fight against human trafficking for a long time. I've supported legislation like the Trafficking Victims Protection Act and worked every year to secure increased funding for the Crime Victims Fund, and we've been successful. I've also joined my colleague, Congressman Pete Olson, to introduce a resolution in the House to support the observation of National Slavery and Human Trafficking Prevention Month. It calls for the federal government to coordinate its efforts to fight human trafficking between the agencies and state and local governments and other organizations. You are familiar with the horrific numbers of the victims and survivors of human trafficking here in America and around the world. There are more than 40 million victims of human trafficking worldwide. And it happens in our own backyard, as we know. Because of the geographical location in California's San Joaquin Valley, in my own district, I see a disproportionate share of the high amount of human trafficking. Fighting this atrocity, therefore, requires that we must do more. I reiterate my commitment to our caucus to continue to pursue lasting solutions that effectively prevent and respond to trafficking victims and their many needs. I know you will all do the same. I know you're passionate about this, as am I. And I look forward to working together to bring justice and assistance to the millions that are affected. Our continued work to fight this atrocity is so important to protecting the lives of people around the country and their families. Their families are impacted as well, as we clearly understand. So thank you for your good work. I wish you a successful conference, and we'll continue to be a partner to try to make a difference and make America safe from this horrible atrocity. God bless you, and keep up the good work.
We are so thrilled that we have a bipartisan group of members of Congress that continues to grow. And one of them so important is our good friend Jim Costa, the Democrat from California, who has been a really strong advocate for us here at Voices Against Trafficking. And wonderful Rosie Orozco, I hope you're still there, because we have another one. She's gotten counterparts for the members of the Congress on the Mexican side of the border. And I know she may have stepped out for just a moment, but I have a great pleasure, if she's not there, to introduce a member of the Mexican Senate, a very powerful advocate on behalf of us. And there she is again.
I am here. I am listening to you, dear Blanquita, and I am honored to introduce Nancy de la Sierra. Is a senator from the state of Puebla. She has been doing an incredible job since she was a candidate. She promised she was going to fight against trafficking, and she's the head of this fight in the senator chamber. So let's welcome a dear friend, an incredible woman, a brave woman, Nancy de la Sierra.
Good afternoon, everyone. It is a pleasure to greet you all through this message, and of course warmly say that we are in Mexico and we send our regards from the Mexican state. I would like to thank the Commission Unidos contra la Trata and Voices Against Trafficking for this opportunity to share with you in such a special day, today when we commemorate the Day Against Human Trafficking, this July 30th. Date given by the UN in 2013. Date that should be make this terrible problem seen worldwide, this contemporary slavery, as well as bring to memory the responsibility that states have to prevent, sanction, and eradicate this horrible practice that harms more lives every day. As president of the Special Commission for the Follow-up and Implementation of the 2030 Agenda in the Republican Senate, let me express that the eradication of this criminal phenomenon has become a priority of my personal agenda. The 2030 Agenda is very clear about establishing the elimination of all violence forms against women and girls, including human trafficking, sexual exploitation, and it is necessary to achieve the objective of Sustainable Development Number 5, gender equality. Moreover, this important international instrument acknowledges that the states need to adopt immediate and efficient measures to eradicate forced labor and human trafficking in order to guarantee the fulfillment of objective number 8, work and economic growth. Regarding the objective of sustainable development number 16, peace, justice, and strong institutions, I would like to emphasize that we seek to end all kinds of abuse, exploitation, and child trafficking as one of the most relevant goals. But without a doubt, we need to fight first and foremost for the well-being of infants. That is why in the Senate of the Republic, our duty as legislators has been to create the legal framework to ensure that these objectives become a reality, providing the authorities with useful tools to fight human trafficking and at the same time guarantee legal resources for the victims to restore their lives and continue to move forward, always with a clear objective of hampering impunity. In this 64th legislature, we have noticed that even though the law pertaining human trafficking has a clear and effective structure in our country, it is still a legislation that can be perfected. That is, any law can always be improved. Regarding shelters, for example, we have identified legislative opportunity areas. It is necessary to ensure the availability and quality of these shelters. That is why this year I presented an initiative to create the National Registry of Shelters, refugees, and halfway homes that provide assistance to victims that have been rescued of human trafficking with the purpose of providing a clear action path for the authorities. I'm also very happy that my peer legislators have provided ways so that authorities can carry out inspections to these centers, seeking to ensure the best specialists, the best conditions to achieve the recovery and rehabilitation and reinsertion of all victims to society. Another important challenge that we have faced on this matter has been trying to reduce the gap between the law and the facts. The General Law Against Human Trafficking was enacted in 2018, forcing the federal entities to publish their own state law against this crime and to build specialized shelters. Unfortunately, there are still 3 states that have not yet published their own law, and only 6 states have shelters specifically created for the attention of human trafficked victims. Consequently, nonprofit organizations are the ones who bear this responsibility. That is why from the upper chamber we have presented our requests to the authorities to comply with this obligation and solve their commitment to fight against this terrible crime that has harmed so many lives and has caused so much irreparable damage. These are some of the legislative activities that we have carried out in the Mexican Congress to move forward in the respect, promotion, and guarantee of human rights. We are clear that every day that we delay in the prevention and elimination of the modern slavery, it is one more day of suffering for the people that have been captivated by these horrible criminals. If we seek to achieve pacific societies and generate sustainable development, we need to completely eradicate human trafficking and all kinds of exploitation. From the Mexican Senate, we will continue to work in this fight that should not cease until no one else is ever a victim of exploitation and is never forced and hurt in their human dignity. Let's all come together for a Mexico where we all can one day say that there is no buying or selling of a person and his or her dignity. Let's take action now, because for many, tomorrow will be too late.
So, Jeffrey Queen, you have got a very interesting Sergeant Ashley Blaylock that you're going to introduce our great audience to that are listening to us here on Voices Against Trafficking. Take it away, Q.
Yeah. So again, right here in little old Tuscaloosa, Alabama, we've got a lot of stuff going on to combat human trafficking. And Sergeant Ashley Blaylock of the Northport Police Department is a good friend of mine, terrific law enforcement officer. Just couldn't be prouder to be associated with her. She was assigned to Criminal Investigation Division in 2013, and then was assigned to the Tuscaloosa County Homicide Unit, where she handled domestic violence and sexual assault cases. She was promoted to sergeant in 2015. She's a defensive tactics instructor. But more importantly, she is a member of the West Alabama Human Trafficking Task Force and the Internet Crimes Against Children Task Force, where she teaches public events for online safety and human trafficking awareness. She is the only law enforcement officer that is certified as an NCAC forensic interviewer in the county, so that she can interview these victims of these crimes. And I mean, she is a power here. She was the Northport Public Safety Officer of the Year, the Fraternal Order of Police Officer of the Year, and the Tuscaloosa Exchange Club Officer of the Year for 2019 for all of the work that she is doing to fight human trafficking and the exploitation of children. Just love her to death. Just so proud to know her. Ashley Blaylock.
Thank you so much, Jeff. I just guess I was going to add a little bit to all the other speakers just about what we're doing here in Tuscaloosa. Our task force has taken on prostitution and human trafficking cases since 2017, but we were officially formed in 2018. We go after both the supply and the demand that fuels this industry. We do John details where we go after the buyers, but we also do the details where we go after the girls that are posting ads. Of course, in the past, we used to just arrest those girls and be done with it for the night. But recently we've tried to really take a more victim-centered approach, understand what these victims, where their mindset is, how their brain works, and interview these victims for, typically it takes about 4 to 6 hours for us to find out what's really going on. Of course, we offer all of them services and different things like that that we can offer to help them to get out of that life. Even if they are currently working independent. But that's what our task force does. We've picked up internet crimes against children and started doing child pornography cases in 2019. And we're working on adding to that by doing traveling to meet a minor cases and starting to do a lot more of those now that we have become an official full-time task force and we have more time to invest into it.
Well, that sounds fabulous. I mean, we appreciate everything that you're doing out there in Tuscaloosa. You're leading the charge, and God bless you, girl. And we thank Jeffrey for making it possible for you to be here. We're going to count on you joining us for more of our conferences as we proceed the next time when we sit down and have more questions and answers. But this time we're introducing people that are watching to great folks like you and a lot of our charter members. Thank you very much, Ashley. And you know,
you're welcome.
And God bless you, girl. Be safe out there. And I'm going to find my pal, Rosie Orozco. You know, the thing has been the difference that's made the success of this is that folks like Rosie and Alma and Donna and Kathy Hotham and, of course, Annie, I mean, the founder, and Deborah Sigmund and Pastor Donna. I mean, the list goes on. Everybody's had hands in trying to create this event to be able to make it and share it, because we believe we truly are a network. Nobody's in it for their glory. They're in it for the protection and saving these victims, because we are totally against 21st century slavery. And we're so proud that, God bless you, Rosie, you've been out there getting those members of the Mexican Congress to join us. And that's been almost impossible for a lot of people, except when they had the magic touch of the Rosie Orozco. So who do you have on board, my dear?
Well, I think in the program, we are expecting Lourdes Aguirre too, but in the program, I think Miguel Angel Mancera is the next speaker. He was the governor of Mexico City, And when he was in office, it was the most incredible time for Mexico City. It was a lot of traffickers that were captured by him. Before he was the governor, he was the prosecutor. So he's one of the ones who helped to make the law we have in Mexico. But the main thing is that he really cares for the victims up to now. He has been helping them for having their own apartments. He has been helping them for studying university. And I don't mean money from the government, because in Mexico, we have been the ones, the NGOs, we have been the ones who have been getting the money. But he has been with programs that has helped a lot of victims. So let's hear our friend Miguel Ángel Mancera.
We are very pleased to participate in this initiative of Voices Against Smuggling, Voices Against Human Trafficking. Our dear friend Rocío Orozco, we have always honored her perseverance, which is the reason why Mexico is now having a direct approach in the fight against this crime. It wasn't always like this. First, there was a certain amount of indifference. It was only a legislative matter, with the pimping approach, but not with the care of victims of human trafficking, which is so important in an international level. Human trafficking is one of the crimes that harms humanity the most. It is the third most lucrative business for organized crime, just after weapon trafficking and drug trafficking. It is human trafficking. We need to keep in mind that human trafficking may show different facades, and it may attack not only women, but also boys and girls. That is why it becomes very important to participate from different acting points, from different combat lines, from the different combat lines, the legislative and the executive power, men, women, private and public sectors, in bringing awareness and avoiding each of the modalities that human trafficking encompasses. This fight, all over the world, led by women in many of its tasks, is bearing fruit. A wide network is being created and allows us to be communicated right now. It allows us to participate in this great initiative of different voices that will be talking in order to fight against this scourge that hurts the whole world and that may harm anyone. It can be a close one, a relative, someone you know, or it can be one of the millions of people worldwide. Yes, millions of people, millions of women, millions of girls and boys subjected to the human smuggling networks. It is very important to become aware of this. Governments should assign a budget. Governments should assign efforts. From the legislative power, we need to learn how to safeguard and reinforce all the action lines, how to take a step forward. One of the tasks that is still pending and that we will never stop insisting on, and we will keep strengthening, is the one concerning shelters, these specialized centers that allow women to become empowered and at the same time allow them to feel secure and protected. A trained and specialized staff in specialized shelters are key for a woman who has been victim of human trafficking to be able to change her life and shift and be able to reincorporate and incorporate into having a social life and a normal productive life. The psychological effects is nothing of less importance. It is a topic that hurts very much and damages them because they are submitted to the worst humiliations possible. After that, the dignity of a person needs to be recovered, and that once again needs to become empowered. That is why shelters are so important, and that is why a specialized staff should be the one there, and that is why governments in every country of the world should strengthen this task, and Mexico is no exception. The different states of the Mexican Republic need to have shelters. Right now, there are only a few states that have a shelter. There are only a few states that are participating in this empowering policy. Luckily, we are having more and more added to those fighting against this crime. From the Attorney's Office and the District Attorney's Office, from the courts, from the specialization of legislation and the creation of laws, from the training of experts and psychologists, of personnel devoted to the detection in places where human trafficking is taking place. But we still need to move forward in this task. We need to take the next step. There will always be something to do because there will always be someone in need. Phone helplines, ways to make contact, provide support, empowering, shelters. Each and every one of these actions are necessary. And again, we want to acknowledge Rosy Orozco and Voices Against Trafficking. Congratulations for this initiative. Let's say what needs to be said. The effort of all of us is very important.
Well, that was amazing. And Rosie, thank you so much for everybody you've brought. Everyone has just been incredibly informative, passionate. This is what Voices Against Trafficking is all about. And I would just like to take a moment to invite everyone who is watching that we are going to have our Add Your Voice campaign starting today. Go to voicesagainsttrafficking.com. Again, voicesagainsttrafficking.com. Go up to the right-hand corner, I believe you'll see a join button. All you have to do is click on join, send us an email saying, hey, add my voice. I want to be part of the 1 million voices that we need by next summer so we can be a powerful force, not just in the US, but all over, every country represented today. We want to make sure that you're part of that. You may not have a lot of time or a lot of money, or you're super busy like everyone, but you can do this. It takes all of 10 seconds to go to voicesagainsttrafficking.com, click on join. And if you want, and you want to go a little further, become a lifetime member just for $25. One time for life, $25. That just helps us keep the website and all the things that we need to do to continue our quest to fight human trafficking. You know, as a survivor, I'm so blessed and honored by everyone here because it means somebody else will not have to suffer. Somebody else will not have to go through, hopefully, any of the horrible things that many survivors have. But we know that life continues, so we also want to rescue as many as possible. So I want to thank you again. Right now, go to voicesagainsttrafficking.com, click join. We hope to see you on there. And I'm going to hand it back to the fabulous Miss Blanquita Cullum.
See, there we go. I had a little mute there. And, but, Rosie, you had something that you wanted to say real quickly, I think, before we introduce our next speaker. And I don't know,
yes,
Rosie, there you are.
Of course. Thank you. And I am really thrilled that Andy has invited us all to do something. I was telling all of you and challenging you to be makers. And I think if we help the victims, if we have heard that there is less than 700 beds in the United States, shame, and shame for Mexico that we only have 8 states with shelters from 32. So we will go continually opening shelters, helping victims. Please help. You can do something. Make the difference.
Absolutely, Rosie. And you know, there is, and I don't know if Nancy Rivard is standing by with us, because I know that she's our wonderful airline ambassadors. But she has a very dear friend that she has brought to the table that we're going to bring on board to speak. And honestly, this Pastor Donna Hubbard, the Women at the Well transition, has just become such a great inspiration to all of us. I mean, she is a remarkable woman who has stood for human rights throughout her life. And when she speaks, the earth shakes. So I have the honor to be able to take that little pleasure away from Nancy, because I don't think she's right here right now, but know that we send so much love to her, and we are grateful that Pastor Donna Hubbard is on the line with us, the Women at the Well. Welcome, Pastor Donna.
Good afternoon, everybody. How's everybody doing?
Better now that you're here. Yes, ma'am.
Great. Thank you so much. Andy, this is fabulous. I think this is fabulous. And I think the fact that we are able to all come together for one purpose is amazing. The fact that it is a human rights issue is even more amazing. The fact that it reaches globally is, you know, amazing that we can all touch, because sometimes we are so caught up in our little localities trying to fight issues that we think only affect us, that when we look at human trafficking and realize that it's a human rights issue, that the fact that we can come together and do something like this is amazing. So I just want to start by greeting all of our distinguished elected officials, all of those elected officials who are serving their countries and their governments and their citizens. I want to take a special note today to recognize our own congressman here in Georgia, John Lewis, who passed away. We know that he was a fighter for human rights and for civil rights. When I came home from prison, he was one of the first people that ever recognized the work that I had been called to do. I want to thank Andy and the charter members of Voices Against Trafficking, and for Nancy Rivard, who not only gave me a platform, but allowed my voice to be heard. And I especially want to thank the other survivors that are here today. We know that so many of us have been victims of forced fraud or coercion and became victims of human trafficking and are now survivors. I was victimized through coercion. I went from being a desperate young mother with small children, and desperate people make desperate decisions, and that makes us vulnerable. I ended up in the hands of a celebrity who told me I was the best thing he had ever seen. I was beautiful, and he treated me like gold. And until I woke up, I had been drugged, and I was being raped by more men than I could count. I passed out. I ran from that desperate situation, never told anybody, to the hands of a pimp. I didn't know he was a pimp. He was a man who told me he was going to help me and my children. And when he could not do anything else for me, he sold me to a gang. I ended up having to go to prison to get free. So one of the things I want to talk about today in this little short time is that globally, we have to begin to decriminalize victims. So many victims don't speak up because of the criminal repercussions that that affect them. And human trafficking is not just among the poor. It's not just among people of color. It's not just among, it's not just prostitution. It is human trafficking. It is the trafficking of human beings. And let me make a note here that the trafficking of people of color has gone on for centuries as an accepted practice. Nobody made a big deal about it until it went beyond the borders of Africa and beyond the borders of people of color. And now it is a movement to end human trafficking. And so I want to make a note that human trafficking is not just sexual exploitation, but human trafficking, the trafficking of men, women, boys, girls, and organs. And so I found my way out by going to prison. It was my only way to get free, is that I had to go to prison. And so that's why I am, speaking out today against the criminalization of victims who find themselves having to be criminalized and go to prison in order to get free from their traffickers. So, my time is up. I have about 30 seconds. I want to thank everybody for being here. You can reach me on Facebook under Elder Donna Hubbard, Woman at the Well Transition Center. And of course, you can call for any assistance that you need with survivors. I have to chime in with the fact that we should be ashamed that there are not more bed spaces in the U.S. for survivors of human trafficking. Right here in Georgia, there's a 16-bed facility that has sat empty for 14 years, and I have tried to get access to this property. Instead, we have girls and women on the street. So thank you, Andy, for making this possible today. And thank you, everybody.
Pastor Donna, you are an inspiration to all of us, and we're so proud to have you as, and we're with you, the women at the well and the men at the well, but we're proud that
Amen.
you are with us as the Voices Against Human Trafficking, and our journey is just starting, girl. So
Yeah.
God bless you. Thank you so much. And, you know, we met a lot of people that are very courageous in the members of the Congress. We have become friends with a member who is from a border state, actually, Arizona. And she is not afraid to take the hard line. She is from the 116th Congress. She is from Arizona's 8th Congressional District. I'm talking about Debbie Lesko. She's on the House Judiciary Committee, the House Rules Committee, House Homeland Security Committee. She's been the co-chairman of the Congressional Caucus for Women's Issues. And boy, she is well known in her fight against human trafficking. She's been with us, as I say, from the beginning. We are very proud to encourage you to listen to her and watch her. And thank you, Congresswoman Debbie Lesko, for being such a champion for human rights and against 21st century slavery. Debbie?
Hello, I'm U.S. Congresswoman Debbie Lesko, and I represent Arizona's 8th Congressional District. Thank you for allowing me to participate in this international human rights event. I am honored to speak alongside great leaders who are actively working to preserve basic human rights by tearing down the evil human trafficking industry. Human trafficking is the fastest growing multi-billion-dollar criminal industry that victimizes women, men, and children regardless of race, age, or ethnicity. It is modern-day slavery that has pervaded the entire world, and it must be identified and stopped in every corner. We know that human trafficking, including sex trafficking and labor trafficking, happens right here in the United States. Our federal and local law enforcement agencies are doing great work to apprehend human traffickers and save trafficked individuals. Many in our travel and hospitality industries work with law enforcement to train their employees on how to spot human trafficking and what to do if they encounter someone being trafficked. We must be tireless in rooting out human trafficking in our own nation, but we also must be diligent at stopping traffickers at our borders. U.S. Customs and Border Protection officers and Border Patrol agents are charged with protecting nearly 7,000 miles of land border and 328 land, air, and seaports of entry. CBP is uniquely positioned to detect and disrupt human trafficking along our borders. They are highly trained in recognizing and handling encounters with human traffickers and victims. As we've learned about CBP leaders, sometimes human trafficking can start as human smuggling across our borders. Border Patrol Chief of Law Enforcement Operations Brian Hastings highlighted a particular case in his testimony before the U.S. Senate Committee on Homeland Security in 2018. 4 defendants pleaded guilty to encouraging illegal entry of Guatemalan nationals, including unaccompanied minors, into the United States. As Mr. Hastings told it, the defendants smuggled the migrants into the country and transported them to a trailer park in Ohio. There, the migrants were forced to live in dilapidated trailers and work at an egg farm up to 12 hours a day. The victims were threatened with violence and their pay was withheld. 2 adults and 8 minors were identified as victims of human trafficking in this case. Perpetrators of human trafficking have no regard for human life and only seek to benefit themselves. We owe great thanks to our CBP officers, Border Patrol agents, and other law enforcement officers for their tireless efforts in fighting to save the lives of human trafficking victims. Here in Congress, we are working to exercise our role in the fight against human trafficking. As co-chairwoman of the Bipartisan Congressional Caucus for Women's Issues, this is a particular concern of mine and of the caucus. Here in the United States House of Representatives, we have come together to fight human trafficking by passing bipartisan legislation to authorize needed funding, additional training, victim resources, and more. In 2019, as co-chairwoman of the Bipartisan Women's Caucus, I hosted a meaningful discussion on what else can be done in Congress to combat human trafficking with Cindy McCain of the McCain Institute. Since then, I have worked with my colleague from across the aisle, Ms. Torres Small, from New Mexico, to pass legislation to strengthen U.S. Border Patrol's response to illicit cross-border tunnels. Illicit cross-border tunnels pose a significant threat to the homeland, and due to the soil, are highly concentrated in my home state of Arizona and in California. Since 1990, law enforcement officials have discovered over 230 tunnels, primarily used to smuggle high-volume narcotics northbound into the United States, and often bulk cash and weapons southbound into Mexico. These tunnels can just as easily be used to smuggle human beings across our borders, which we know can quickly turn into human trafficking. As a representative in Congress and of a border state, I will continue to fulfill my duty to stop the vile, horrific crime of human trafficking. I am encouraged by the attendance of this event today and hope that conversations like these will lead to effective action against the modern-day slavery. Thank you, and God bless you.
And boy, I'll tell you, this is so wonderful. We thank you so much for all of your participation. You're meeting some people that maybe you don't know. A lot of them survivors. We have a survivor right now that's going to be joining us, a great woman. She's not a survivor of human trafficking, but she survived cancer. And Gayla Bynum has taken upon herself to be such an active partner with us on Voices Against Human Trafficking. She has help people that have been affected by cancer. She's been a program analyst at the HUD Center for Faith-Based and Neighborhood Partnerships, on the Board of Governors at the National Press Club. But also, she's done some interesting stuff. She helped us to get an agreement with NASDAQ to be able to show that great big billboard in New York City and Times Square during Fashion Week. You're going to hear about Voices Against Trafficking at a very important event. But we're honored to have Gayla Bynum as a dear friend and a colleague, and I can't wait to hear her words, and I know they'll be inspiring to you. Gayla?
Well, Gayla is having just a tiny bit of trouble connecting, so we're going to try and have her call in, BQ. So just hang tight, because we don't want to miss a word that she has to say.
But I'd like to make sure that we remind people that you can follow us, because you can see that this is a united effort and everybody is pulling together to get these million voices to stand up against trafficking. And you can follow us, you can like us on Facebook.com. You go to Voices Against Trafficking, and that's .com. You can go to the, if you need help, you can go to National Human Trafficking Resource and use their hotline. That number is 1-888-373-7888. Or you can text HELP to be free, and that is 233-733. We also give you the National Child Abuse Hotline. Some of you prefer to be anonymous, but you know that there are people in need of help. And you can go to that number at 422 4453. And Andy, we're just getting more people that are joining us on this effort.
We are from all over the world, even the Netherlands. Now, I've never been there, but just because they supported and became lifetime members, I would go there. What a great country to want to support the things that we are doing. But we also have people from Texas, Utah, all over the US. We have people from Mexico. We have everyone trying to jump on something positive to help these innocent victims. And so that is a great testament to the fortitude of people that understand that human rights are for all. So I think we might have a little technical difficulty with Ms. Gala. So we will bring her back on as soon as she gets connected with us. So what we're going to do, I'm so sorry, I was trying to listen to the technician. What we'd like to do, if Dr. Betty is on, we'd love to introduce Dr. Vanetta Rather. I don't know if Dr. Betty is on with us right now. Okay, you know what? Dr. Rather, you are such an impressive woman. My sister, my seed, she is the founder. She has done incredible work with young women, and I think it's best for her to go ahead and speak directly to that. We are so honored and privileged that she made time in her schedule for Voices Against Trafficking today. So Dr. Rather, please go for it.
Hello, everyone, and thank you so much for the opportunity to share and be a part of this conference. I am so excited that it is happening. We need to constantly make sure that the issue of sex trafficking is before us all. And I started a nonprofit called My Sister, My Seed to join in that fight. I started my nonprofit in 2013, and I was a youth pastor at that time. And when I learned about sex trafficking and began to really educate myself and learn how it was destroying the lives of very young girls, 12, 13 years old, and in some cases even younger, it really disturbed my heart. And I know from being a child of God, a pastor and a preacher, I know that when something disturbs your heart, it is your work to do. And so I began to educate myself, and then I started a nonprofit to begin to educate the community. But I just didn't stop there. I knew that the best defense that young girls have is a healthy sense of self, a healthy self-esteem. And so I began to build programming around helping girls build up the self-esteem and self-worth that they need so they could have a frontline defense against the manipulation that traffickers use. And so that's what my organization does. We do educational work, helping the community understand sex trafficking, because the way to keep young girls safe is to make sure we are all educated about what sex trafficking really is, what it really looks like, so we can all have a hand in keeping girls safe. It really does take a village to raise young people, but it also takes a village to protect them as well. And so we educate young girls and we educate communities, and we do programming around building healthy self-esteem in young girls so they can have that frontline defense against traffickers. Another disturbing point that I began to realize as I began to do this work is that sex trafficking disproportionately impacts Black and brown girls. And so Black and brown girls make up 14% of the US population, but depending on what state you live in, they can account for anywhere between 60 and 70% of sex trafficking victims. And so while we are in this mood in this country where we are the height of the racial divide is more prevalent than it has been in at any time, I want us to be mindful how sex trafficking disproportionately impacts Black girls and brown girls, and what our organizations and our legislation and all that we can do to make sure that we understand this. When I first got involved in sex trafficking, the posters that I would see to combat sex trafficking didn't always reflect the reality that young Black girls are primarily and predominantly the victims of sex trafficking. And I hope that in this fight, as we continue to move forward, that we will be mindful of this very disturbing statistic of how sex trafficking is impacting the lives of young girls. And so I want us to do that work. I want us to keep all girls safe, but I want us to make sure that we keep at the forefront who victims are and how we can best protect them. And I think that is through educating all communities, as well as empowering girls to give them a frontline defense of self-esteem, self-worth, so they can have a frontline defense against the manipulating tactics that traffickers use. So again, thank you so much for this platform and for the work that you are doing, for the voices of us coming together to make sure that sex trafficking stays on the front minds, because even in a pandemic, sex trafficking is still raging. It has not decreased, it has not declined, and we need to make sure that we stay on the front lines. So thank you again for the opportunity to share on this platform.
Well, you are on the front lines, girl. And honestly, I think that is what's been so amazing, is to be able to meet so many of our colleagues that are trying to do this. And we want to make sure that, Vanetta, that you are with us on all of the other events that we're doing on Voices Against Trafficking. I mean, if you start thinking you're going to disappear, we're going to sick Pastor Donna Hubbard on you, because she doesn't let anybody get away from helping us to make this something that's so important, that we get young and old and all of that. Andy, I think that it would be really great. I wonder if we've got our Rosie standing by. Rosie, are you there?
We do have Gayla, actually. I think we.
Oh, she did? And we do have
Gayla.
Yay!
Oh
my gosh, we got our wonderful Gayla back. And as we talked about Gayla, because we love Gayla, who is just inspirational, because she's not just only a survivor. I mean, she's a different kind of survivor. She's survived probably one of the worst diseases, and that's cancer. And she's one of those people that is not so self-absorbed that she doesn't help other families and people that are facing that battle. And so when we met her, we just thought she was so amazing. And as I said, she's been out there trying to help us do creative things, like getting us on that big billboard of NASDAQ. And they're putting us in their program in September, Voices Against Trafficking. And, you know, you've seen the fashion industry that's been hit with a lot of sexual abuse, but, you know, leave it to Gayla. She's always finding a window of trying to be able to spread the word and fight the good fight. And so, Gayla, we're so happy you're with us, our dear friend Gayla Bynum.
Hello, and thank you. I'm so sorry. I've had technical issues trying to figure out exactly how to connect in. But thank you so much, Andy and Blanquita, for inviting me to join this prestigious and very esteemed group of warriors fighting against human trafficking. My daughter-in-law actually is the person that had cancer, and we started the organization because in her fight, she did not pull the covers over her head and go, oh, woe is me. She got out there and she fought valiantly, raising over $125,000 in the time that she lived for cancer research. So it was through her that we got involved. And then, of course, I work at the Department of Housing and Urban Development in the faith-based office, which is how I actually became involved in human trafficking. And in one of the forums that I attended, that was at Johns Hopkins, one of the speakers from the Center for Disease Control spoke on the correlation of human trafficking to cancer diagnosis. So all of a sudden, the intersection of my work at HUD, We Will Survive Cancer, and then human trafficking the intersection was amazing. That's how I became interested in it. And like so many other speakers that have spoken today, I knew about human trafficking, but I didn't know that much about it. And I've since made it a project to do a lot of research and become more involved in, and of course, wanting very hard to help fight with the issue. And thank you so much for bringing me into this. I just can't tell you, I'm humbled and very grateful. One of the quotes that is important to me is that you always have to have hope, and hope is the cure and for human trafficking and for cancer. Thank you again, and I really appreciate this opportunity.
Well, we appreciate you. I mean, you didn't just sit in the chair and just be a member. You went out there and you hit the target by working on people that you know out there in New York, and what you're trying to do for us at a time when, as you know, the fashion industry has had a lot of criticism. You went right through for that, and thanks to you, we'll be on that big sign coming in February, and they're putting us in their magazine in September. So we really love and appreciate you, Gayla, for your courage. Thank you so much.
Yes, thank you, Gayla.
It's my pleasure, and it's a small contribution, but I'm hoping that as time goes on, it becomes really huge.
You sound like John Glenn. One small step for Gayla is a big step for Voices Against Trafficking. We love you. Hey, Andy,
yes, ma'am.
Thank you so much. I think that, we have a wonderful, oh my gosh, this Kelly Dora is so amazing.
She is, and I believe Nancy is going to introduce her if we still have Nancy Rivard on. Yes, we do.
Yes, the wonderful, fabulous airline ambassadors champion, Nancy Rivard. Take it away, dear friend.
Okay. Dear one, it's my great pleasure to introduce my colleague, Kelly Dora. Kelly is the executive director of the National Human Trafficking Survivor Coalition, which she founded for professional leaders in 2016. She's advised on many pieces of United States legislation. She's a survivor of familial trafficking and written a book about this. She testified in her against her own trafficker at age 13. She was trafficked from age 1 to 13. She's an elected official as a county commissioner, and she works with she worked with Obama's and Trump administrations advising on human trafficking, especially related to the family. She sits on the Governor's Council as an advisor in 3 states. Most recently, Kelly got involved with me with Airline Ambassadors when we worked together to try to help a young man in Sierra Leone who saved 48 girls from trafficking to Kuwait. We're now expanding that. We've been able to support his Sierra Cares Foundation, and I'm so pleased to have you all meet Kelly Dora. Here she comes.
Thank you, Nancy. I want to just, a couple of things I just want to let you know. So I actually testified against my trafficker when I was 15, but it was my biological father. So it was from the ages of 1 to 14. And then I'm a former commissioner, not currently a sitting commissioner. But either way, I was actually the first female elected in my area to do that. So it was an honor to do that. But I'm the founder of the National Human Trafficking Survivor Coalition, which provides emergency funds to survivor-led organizations and advocates for policy on state and federal levels. And it's been an honor to work with you, Nancy, for the Sierra Care Project. I also want to point out that I'm a legislative policy advisor with United Against Slavery, who was actually awarded the first ever U.S. DOT Combating Human Trafficking in Transportation Impact Award, and will host the National Outreach Survey. And I know Airline Ambassadors has been highly involved in that. And the survey for transportation, the larger one, will start in early 2021. Collaboration across the various transportation sectors will strengthen efforts to collect and disseminate open source comprehensive frontline data as part of the larger national outreach survey for more than 23 anti-trafficking stakeholder groups. So this is a big deal. Really a lot of collaboration coming together for this. However, my personal passion is really been to educate and work and expose the vast amounts of familial trafficking that's been happening, not only in the United States, but also, we see this culturally throughout the world. The prevalence and identification of methods of human trafficking have changed and increased due to the awareness and education amongst communities and public agencies, as many have focused on training and prevention for exploited individuals. Experts in the human trafficking movement have concurred that there are many classifications to human trafficking, as we've heard today, but 2 that stand out the most, that are some of the most least identified currently, are labor trafficking and also familial trafficking. While there are organizations devoted to identification and awareness of labor trafficking in the past 3 years, that's sort of been an unseen area. But really, for me, my focus has been on the unseen population of human trafficking, which are the victims of familial trafficking. These are the victims in plain sight. Many of these victims are children, and while the awareness has created many guides and data designed to assist in the identification of commercial trafficking, the crimes are easier seen over the internal plight of familial trafficked victims. So, for example, we can tend to identify commercially trafficked victims a lot easier than familial trafficked victims. And victims are oftentimes in front of community members, educational leaders, medical professionals, and sometimes they're missed because of the control and coercion exhibited over them. I really wanted to highlight today and briefly discuss some of the most critical components to children being abused and why they remain silent within the family structure. And this includes my own personal survivor experience. In many instances, the minor has witnessed their trafficker exert substantial control over their entire home structure. And that means also as well as other family members. And so that leads to lack of trust and cooperation by the victims. Really, we talk about blood is thicker than water in a lot of these ways. Oftentimes, the child does not understand or have a moral basis to know that their abuse is not normal. And that was, for example, my case too, and it was at 13 years old that I figured out that that was not normal. But that can also lead to multi-generational abuse and the silence. The U.S. State Department estimates that 1 in 6 children are victims of sexual abuse, and 75% of those kids will not tell. So a minor is most likely, what we found, to especially familial trafficking, to confide in a teacher or educational professional more than any other profession. So teachers and medical professionals are 3 times more likely to encounter a child placed in a school, at church, or seen by a doctor or a pediatrician, but these kids are in family situations. And so they are in schools, they are in the communities. So detecting a familial trafficking victim is not unlike speaking to a child where incest or sexual abuse is taking place. And a lot of the indicators are similar. However, there's some major factors to understand. And this is one area, especially with familial trafficking. And as we've heard throughout the day, most survivors who are speaking, their abuse started when they were children. And it started with some type of grooming, a lot of pornography, which was brought up earlier. A lot of different factors were brought in, but also made it a lot harder to identify the children in these situations. One of the first things I always like to say, and especially when we're talking, all day long, we've been talking about how, little girls are caught in situations and, the little girls this, little girls that, but we need to recognize that boys are victims too. And that too many times, and especially in our awareness plans, we forget to add that. And nearly 50% of victims we estimate are actually boys. And so, and also most children who are sex trafficked, they don't have a traditional pimp. So it's not easy to detect. It's not the pimp standing on the corner. That evolves later on, but early on, this is somebody that they trust, somebody that they know. And also, one of the greatest things, and I think when we say this all the time, it sort of shocks people, that for most exploited children, their trafficking situation is not the greatest trauma they've endured, because they started out, and the majority of their history has been sexual abuse and neglect. So for example, in my case, at the age of 1 year old, when you are sort of born into that situation and that parent is your trafficker, you don't know any better. And you don't know that this is not normal and this isn't what every little child does. So from that, we know studies show that nearly 79% of children who are trafficked commercially start out as familial trafficked victims. So in many cases, as much as 90% of commercially trafficked children are reporting that their sexual abuse began at home. And this is according to the OJJDP. In familial trafficking, the victim is controlled by family members who allow them to be sexually exploited in exchange for something such as drugs or money. And sometimes it's not even that. So for example, a mother may allow a boyfriend to abuse a child in exchange for a place to stay. And oftentimes the mother is a victim herself. Most kids engaged in sex trafficking don't consider themselves victims. And this is even more true for familial trafficking victims, because they have learned to normalize this and they think that this is something they're supposed to do. So when we talk about, children who are sex trafficked, they don't self-identify as victims of crime and they don't seek help because they think that seeking help or even talking about it is going to be disloyal to their family. And so, in addition, traffickers chronically condition children to think that they're engaging in sex or some sort of labor activity out of true love to either pay off a debt or, in a lot of cases, a lot of us have heard from parents or parental figures that, if you love me, this is what you need to do to show me that you love me. So also, the other thing that we have to recognize, again, we're commercially trafficked victims. We recognize, a lot of them come out of foster care. Only about 3% of children who are trafficked here in the US are kidnapped children or children who are missing. About 97% are children who are known to the system. But when we try to compare familial trafficking children, we can't compare one trafficked child in a family to another because unlike standard indicators for commercially trafficked children, familial trafficking can start as early as birth. And so for that child, will continue to their adult life. Not every case of familial trafficking is seen within the family unit, and trafficking can even continue when parents have divorced or when that child is not living with the trafficker. And a lot of times what we find is that families, whether or not they advertly don't want to see what's happening or they don't know how to see what's happening, it happens right under their nose and they don't understand what's happening. So, in a lot of cases, in many familial trafficking cases, the systematic and general abuse that has happened for decades, it causes the entire family to really be incensed to the abuse that is happening. And we see this in a lot of cultures, a lot of religious entities, and also societies where having sex with minors is not particularly frowned upon. The awareness must spread beyond traditional 101 trainings. Organizations who promote international rescue type of situations and Hollywood storylines, because the plain truth is that nearly 97% of familial trafficking victims are known in communities, they're known in schools, they are known through social services, and they're literally hidden in plain sight. So, as a survivor, one of the things that I've said in advocating for victims around the world is that combating this will take really hard conversations and really talking about what is acceptable within our communities, within our cultures. And how do we support this by making funding available to organizations who are on the ground doing work, are survivor informed, and also educating communities who are most likely to see these victims. So basic 101 trainings are not a one size fits all, and we have to be able to adapt within the communities to that. We also, lastly, we need to create policies and legislation that inherently support the understanding that every person has inherent human dignity and should be valued. And to me as a survivor, that really is the root cause of why human beings hurt other human beings. And so until we can have those conversations and focus on how do we actively engage and actively train effectively to fit the narrative of what's happening within our communities, we are going to continually miss victims. And really, we don't need to. There's a lot of ways that we can engage in doing that. So, this could be a conversation that goes on for hours. I just want to say thank you for allowing me to participate in this and also be a part of this conversation, because it is such a vital conversation. And really, it's one of the major root causes to combating, if we want to talk about commercial trafficking and commercial sex trafficking and what that next step is for a lot of people. We've got to catch these children and infants at the beginning stages and at the root stages of their various development. So,
oh, Kelly, you're an inspiration. We are so grateful to have you. And as a survivor, you and we've had so many. I mean, certainly our founder, Andy, a survivor, and Pastor Don. I mean, we've had so many great people. We are thrilled that you are part of our Voices Against Trafficking, and you can't get away from us now, girl. So right. Thank you very much. And God bless you for all your hard work. We're so honored here at Voices Against Trafficking, as we've been talking about these great members of Congress that have supported us. And again, it's bipartisan. But one of them, another Texan coming on board, is a congressman from the 22nd District of Texas, and that's out there by Sugar Land. That's in the Houston area. And Pete Olson, my longtime friend, who I have to start lying about how many years I know him, because he was right on board at the very beginning. I said, Pete, can we do something in the Congress? He put us right there in the Congress back in November. His great staff, and you made it happen, and you even helped him make it bipartisan. We love you, Pete. We honor you as one of the great heroes and great leaders. And just because you're leaving the Congress, that we're not letting you off the hook.
No
so welcome.
Way. I dare you, Blanquita. I double dare you. Good afternoon, y'all. And thank you for letting me be here. It's an honor to speak to the Voices Against Trafficking. And this would not happen without Blanquita and Andy. They have been amazing forces to end this terrible, evil modern-day slavery. And this is about 21st century slavery. This is not slavery from last century, the century before that. This is slavery happening every single day in every country, in every state, in every city. And I'm proud that we have some members of Congress who are going to speak for the House Value Victims' Rights Caucus. That was started by two of my dear friends, Jim Costa from California, who's still here, and a Texan, Ted Poe, who retired before the last Congress. I was honored that Ted, before he left, said, Pete, I started this caucus with Jim. Please take my place. I can't take his place, but by God, I'm doing the best I can. And Jim and I decided to recruit two new people and be co-chairs as well. Have Debbie Lesko from Arizona and Veronica Escobar, another Texan. We expanded now to have 4 co-chairs. We've dubbed ourselves the 4 horse riders of the apocalypse of human trafficking. Our mission is to kill it dead, dead, dead. We also have some strong voices from the House coming on this call later on today. We have Greg Walden, a dear friend, heads up the Energy Commerce Committee for Republicans, and Wagner, a fighter like no fighter we've ever known for human rights. Chip Roy, a fellow Texan I met in John Cornyn's office in 2002, and the Chris Smith. Chris Smith is the moral center of the House GOP conference. We have people coming here for the Trump administration. The current Secretary of Department of Transportation, the former Secretary of Labor, and the head of the Peace Corps for America, Elaine Chao, will be here later. We also have Heather Fisher coming, who's Mr. Trump's right-hand person in his administration for human rights issue. My dear friends, there are 2 reasons why I'm here. Number 1, as Blanquita mentioned, is my hometown of Sugar Land, Texas, in Fort Bend County. I-10 runs through the northern part of Fort Bend County, my home county. For the last 10 years or more, the FBI, our FBI, has said that corridor outside of Houston, Texas, is the number 1 human trafficking corridor in all of America. Right in my neighborhood, trafficking goes there on and on and on. Just a couple of numbers about how bad it is in Texas. We think it's okay, but it's we've got to fight. Our Attorney General said within my state, we have 234,000 victims of trafficking. 79,000 of those, 79000 are kids. But we're stepping up. This past year, August of 2009, Operation Freedom was executed by our local city attorney, county attorney, and a constable for Precinct 3. They arrested 64 bad dudes and rescued 3 victims, 5 adults and 2 minors, 2 kids. That's why I'm here basically for Congress, but I'm also here because of my home, place where I live with my wife and my 2 kids, my daughter Kate, my son Grant. My amazing daughter, my Kate, was overseas in the summer of 2017 in Durban, South Africa. She almost was kidnapped and became a victim of human trafficking, a sex slave. It was broad daylight. She's walking from her dormitory to her classroom, maybe half a mile, a 4-lane highway, nothing says bad neighborhood. An expensive car pulled up in front of her and a new friend, cut them off. At least 3 men jumped out of the car, maybe more. My daughter couldn't tell. She saw a pistol. They were armed. God was watching over my daughter, because the woman she just met, her new friend, instead of running to save herself, hold my daughter's arm. That allowed Kate to drop her backpack and take off and run away. And she told me I was expecting to hear gunshots and be shot dead. God was with her. She got home. And I'm proud to say, since that happened, that young girl has gotten her Bachelor of Arts degree and her MBA from SMU University. But she has a form of PTSD. And she's learning the trigger mechanisms, but she's trying to avoid those, but sometimes she can't avoid them. And so, one example, she had to take care of her friend last year in Dallas, Texas, the dog. Friend's away for a weekend. Okay, I'll take care of the dog. Something happened, the dog gets out. Keeps running away from Kate, starts running to this big, busy street. Kate's trying to stop the traffic. Hey guys, stop, help me catch this dog, stop. Nobody stopped. She called us up in tears about the dog running away. We're kind of, what's up, Kate? And then we all realized it was just like South Africa. When she ran away, it was finally away from the captors. Nobody stopped to pick her up. She's waving, help me, I've been robbed, I've been trying to be kidnapped. And so my point is, she's great, but she's got some issues. She always says, and oh, by the way, families, like my wife and I, have PTSD as well for what happened to our daughter. So good news about what's happened in the house here. This week, we're able to get $2 million for victims of abuse. $2 million, it's a small start, but that's a start. And like I said, and as Blanquita said, you can't get me away from this issue. It's part of my life. It's part of my family. I love my daughter. I love what happened, what this country is all about. And again, we're all going to be the riders to the apocalypse of human trafficking. And at that, Blanquita, I yield back the balance of my time.
Well, you know what? We're going to make sure that you are on the honorary executive committee of our wonderful Voices Against Trafficking, because nobody has a more powerful voice than you, dear friend. And God bless you.
I just passed out. I got to wait. Oh, man. Honoring Blanquita, you and Andy again. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
So much.
We are so proud of you. Thanks for being our hero.
We love you so much. God bless you. Thank you so much. And, you know, we have voices, thanks to all of our members, that it really span the globe. And they span the spiritual elements from every aspect of religion that you can imagine. And Rosie Orozco, that incredible woman, even was able to go out and reach into the Vatican, and has a very good friend. And Rosie, are you there, my dear friend? ¿Dónde está mi amiga?
Aquí estoy.
Ándale, así se va.
Ándale.
Arriba. Tell us arriba, échale. Tell us about our wonderful obispo, our bishop that you're going to introduce us to.
Of course. Okay, like Peter Olson, that has been an incredible congressman, and I honor him because he has been listening to victims that have suffered things. He has a bill. Pete also has a bill for presenting the, to take away the royalties of girls from Mexico who has been forced to labor even in the United States. So we honor so much Pete Olson because he has a true commitment. Well, Marcelo Sanchez Sorondo is a chancellor from Vatican. He is the head of the Pontifical Academy of Science and the Pontifical Academy of Social Science. He has a lot of awards. He was born in Buenos Aires and he's so close to the Pope. He was appointed by the Pope to follow the human trafficking in Vatican. But the most important thing about this wonderful man is that he cares about the victims. He has always given them a voice, talking about a voice against trafficking. They are the strongest voice, the survivors. So we honor him because he really honors the victims and the survivors. And we love him so much from Mexico. And all the girls and boys, girls as young as 6 years old, they all love him so much. So let's hear our friend Marcelo Sanchez Sorondo.
Dear Rosie, dear friends, everyone who is concerned about human trafficking, its penalty, and its eradication. Rosy asked me to talk about what the church is doing in 5 minutes, which is a little hard, but I will say this. We believe that in order to fight this great harm, which is human trafficking, that exists today in the world, which is a new way of modern slavery, which is the worst thing against human dignity, because man has been created in the image of God, and slavery is exactly going against the human dignity of being free and the dignity of being a child of God. The church has two purposes. One, which is to prevent, and for these we need to have laws that are clear, national as well as international, according to models that already exist and that might be perfected, of course. But most of all these are models. I believe that in the Latin world, the best we have as of now is the one of France, that states that everything being traded with the human body, which is the image of God, is a crime. Because clearly trade is necessary for the nation. Without it, societies could not exist. But it is not possible to trade with the human body. And this applies to forced labor, prostitution, or organ trafficking. Each of these crimes has its own solution. But it is necessary to build laws that penalize criminals who victimize people against their own freedom. Secondly, the church also wants to have models to solve the incorporation of victims. The easiest one is the one of forced labor. The hardest one is the victims of prostitution and the victims of organ trafficking. That's why the church recommends something similar to what Rosy Orozco does, which is having shelters where victims are being prepared, keeping in mind the indignant situation they have lived and giving them a degree, providing them with a psychological, a psychomoral, and a psychophysical aid to be able to face a new way of life with a normal job that will give them the possibility of having a family, a house, to have a job, a dignified job that will allow them to have a family and a normal life, and not only to survive. That is why I believe that in that sense, what is happening in Mexico is exemplary. Many times I'll say that Mexico is at the same time a place where there is a lot of crime happening, especially concerning human trafficking. But at the same time, it is also a place where solutions are overflowing. I would like to see the law being perfected in Mexico and have something similar to the Nordic or French model, which would be being able to declare that all trading done with human body is a crime against humanity. As popes, starting from Benedict XVI and the Pope Francisco, have condemned human trafficking in the way of forced labor, prostitution, and organ trafficking as crimes against humanity. I salute you and I thank you for giving me the chance to participate in this forum. May God bless you in your work, and we truly need to take advantage of this COVID situation to restart in a more radical way and a better way to provide solutions, focusing mostly on creating better laws and refugees for the victims of forced labor. Thank you very much.
I'll tell you, one of the great partners we have who is such an important person who works with our good friend Donna Rice Hughes is the indomitable, the amazing Kathy Hotham. Kathy Hotham of Enough is Enough is joining us right now, and I know that you're going to introduce us to another amazing person that we must hear from. Kathy, so happy that you're with us, my friend.
So grateful to be here and so thankful to see all these faces in this just wonderful event. I so appreciate it. Well, and it's my extreme pleasure to present to you Dr. Jill Manning, who is a licensed marriage and family therapist who specializes in working with individuals who are impacted by sexual betrayal. Over the last 20 years, her academic and her clinical work has been featured in numerous peer-reviewed research journals, national conferences. She's been on summits, television programs, radio shows, magazine articles, including Oprah Magazine. She's served as a social science fellow at the Heritage Foundation in Washington, D.C., and she's testified before the U.S. Senate Subcommittee about the harms of pornography on the family. She currently serves on the board of directors with Enough is Enough, which I'm grateful to represent today. And she's also on the advisory board for Fight the New Drug. She's a native of Calgary, Alberta, Canada, and she currently resides in Colorado with her husband and 2 daughters. And with that, I am thrilled to introduce to you Dr. Jill Manning.
Thank you. And it's just a joy to be linking arms with this community today and this cause. I'm going to jump right in. Trauma is defined as a deeply distressing and overwhelming experience that can lead and is commonly followed by emotional and physical shock. If left untreated, unresolved, and certainly if the traumatic experience is ongoing, trauma can lead to short and long-term challenges, both for individuals, families, and communities. Examples of traumatic events include things like the sudden death of a loved one, witnessing violence, physical or sexual assault. In contrast, betrayal trauma, on the other hand, is when someone that we depend on for survival, such as a parent when we're young, or that we are significantly attached to, such as a spouse or a significant other, violates our trust in a critical and unexpected way. This is what betrayal trauma is. Examples of betrayal trauma include things such as discovering evidence of a spouse's or significant other's secret sexual life or sexual addiction, sexual or physical abuse by a parent or relative, or marital rape. Although betrayal trauma shares many of the same physiological, psychological, and neurological symptoms that we see with fear-based traumas, betrayal trauma is distinct and different in 2 key ways. The first key difference is that the perpetrator of betrayal trauma is in close relationship with the victim of the trauma. It is this personalized and personal connection to the perpetrator that makes the experience so highly personalized versus being perceived and experienced as a random event. And it is that personalized nature of the trauma that undercuts a person's social schema and social support significantly. That is why researchers believe, and it's supported in the research literature, that betrayal trauma is associated with more illness, depression, dissociation, and a range of other symptoms to a more severe degree than fear-based traumas. The second key difference that makes betrayal trauma distinct is that it has a higher risk of reoccurrence. This again goes back to the fact that the perpetrator is in close relationship with the victim. So there's a prolonged period of time by which that same betrayal can occur again, unfortunately, unless there's significant intervention or change. That close relationship and the higher risk of reoccurrence, if someone's being traumatized again and again with a high degree of betrayal in that trauma, makes getting out of that relationship more complicated. Sometimes we minimize that by saying, well, just leave. That's more complicated legally and emotionally than I think sometimes we recognize and give credit for. It can be very difficult to confront and sever ties with the perpetrator of a betrayal trauma. Possible, but more complicated than if it was a random stranger who had traumatized us. Symptoms of betrayal trauma include things like hypervigilance, difficulty regulating strong emotions, numbness, detachment, changes in sleep patterns, changes in libido and appetite, and a higher incidence of illnesses. I see in my own clientele a lot of health issues and illnesses that arise in the wake of betrayal trauma. Some symptoms have immediate onset, particularly sleep disturbance and hypervigilance. Other symptoms, such as grief reactions and depression or phobias, tend to arise months, sometimes even years after a betrayal trauma has hit. Overall, betrayal trauma is a shattering experience. It is a real and serious condition, and I'm grateful that in the last 25 years, we're seeing an increase in attention with research and literature on this important topic. I want to finish by highlighting that hope and healing are possible. It is possible to not just heal from trauma, but to grow and become even stronger and resilient through that. Although we don't wish betrayal trauma on anyone, it can, the research shows, actually most people will come through the other side of that stronger and more resilient. But there are 5 key factors that are important for making that happen. The first is that people have to not get in the way of their natural mechanism for healing. When we abuse drugs and alcohol or remain in toxic relationships, it's going to be very, very, very difficult to heal from that. Secondly is learning how to establish safety for ourselves, learning to be empowered. And that often takes a lot of support to be able to do that when we're in that vulnerable place and traumatized place. Third is learning how to exercise good self-care and learning how to ground our nervous system. And my website is filled with free printables and information and documents on how to do that. The last 2 supports are, we can't heal from trauma in isolation. We're social creatures, and with betrayal trauma, it's come through a social means. So healing through safe and trusted supports that have our best interests at heart is essential. And lastly, learning how to identify and uphold healthy boundaries in our life, recognizing our limits and what we can and cannot do is essential when healing from trauma. So I want to close with a message that healing is possible, betrayal trauma is real, and I just to wish all of us being well and safe during this most interesting time, and a reminder for all of us to be true in our relationships and to make sure that we are not the source of betrayal trauma in the life of anyone we love or care for. Thank you.
Boy, Dr. Jill, that was pretty darn fabulous, because I think one of the most important things that happens to the victims of human trafficking is the loss of trust. They lose a trust that affects generations to come. So we really bless you on that. We hope that you will join us again in future events. We're very honored that Nancy brought you to us, and we're very grateful for all the words of hope and inspiration. I have a little granddaughter who left me a note one day, and she said, hope is the best of all things. And that is true. Thank you, dear. Appreciate it. You know, Congressman Wagner has been a strong supporter of ours, and she's been, well, Andy said the Fab Six. It just keeps growing, because initially we had 6 members of Congress that really supported us at the outset. But unfortunately, she's, you know, there's so much going on in the Congress right now, and the members that joined us live that were able to sneak out, we really are grateful to them. Anne is such a amazing champion and the fight against human trafficking. She's from the 2nd Congressional District out in Missouri, and she has made combating sex trafficking and online exploitation of women and children, really, her major legislative priority. And she authored the SAVE Act, and she amended the federal criminal code to allow prosecutions of those who knowingly advertise sex slavery, along with the Put Trafficking Victims First Act, and allow states and victims to fight online sex trafficking act. And I'm sure that Enough has worked with Ann Wagner. I see Kathy Hotham nodding her head out there, because we've got champions that are charter members and wonderful people like Ann Wagner. But her legislative director, the fabulous Rachel Wagley, is going to be joining us to share more about what's happening with Congresswoman Ann Wagner and what her plans are on her continued fight on human trafficking. Rachel, thank you so much for being with us.
Absolutely. And can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
Well, that's so great. Welcome, and thank you so much for having me here today. And I will be brief, but I'm Rachel Wagley, and I'm Congresswoman Ann Wagner's legislative director. The Congresswoman is a true champion in Congress in the fight against trafficking and has authored many pieces of legislation. And we want to thank you and all the groups represented here today for helping us in leading the nation's efforts to end human trafficking. As all of you know, this crime is far too often hidden in plain sight, and education and awareness like today's event are critical in helping hold perpetrators accountable and rescuing victims, and to prevent vulnerable people from ever becoming victims in the first place. The Congresswoman has worked for many years on the fight to end trafficking, especially on online sex trafficking and trafficking that has been facilitated by technological platforms. So in 2018, the president signed into law her legislation FOSTA-SESTA, which was the first amendment to Section 230 since it was originally passed in 1996, to ensure that websites that facilitate online trafficking are held accountable. She has also written bills to help survivors. Most recently, we have been pushing the Trafficking Survivors Relief Act. This is a great bill that we would encourage other people to get behind. It would allow survivors to petition courts to have their criminal records expunged or their convictions vacated for offenses that they were forced to commit by their trafficker. The Congresswoman has also introduced legislation to improve prosecution of buyers and pimps, and to fund training of law enforcement, healthcare providers, so many different community stakeholders. And we're proud actually to give you an update that last month in June, the Department of Justice shut down another website that was selling women and children, City X Guide, which was, I think, the most popular site for human trafficking in New York and was well on its way to becoming the next Backpage.com, was shut down by prosecutors who indicted the owners, and DHS helped seize that site. And we have seen a couple other sites shut down too, just since that time in June. So we're really excited about the progress that we continue to see out of FOSTA and SESTA. And tomorrow, I'm excited to announce that the Congresswoman will be introducing an additional piece of legislation to help hold the tech industry accountable. This is the Lawful Access to Encrypted Data Act, which the Congresswoman has worked on with Senator Lindsey Graham, chairman of the Senate Judiciary Committee. And as tech companies, as you know, seek to deploy end-to-end encryption across their platforms, the real victims here are children. Child predators and traffickers use end-to-end encryption to ensure that they can exploit victims undetected. So this legislation would require service providers and device manufacturers to assist law enforcement to access encrypted data and devices upon a warrant being issued based on probable cause. It's clear that the tech industry has chosen to prioritize the privacy of bad actors over keeping children safe online. And we believe that it is time for Congress to be loud on this, to hear victims, to step in and preserve public safety. And we think this bill is a balanced solution that protects people's privacy rights while also providing law enforcement with the tools and the rights they need to protect the public from crimes like trafficking and child sexual exploitation online. I also want to let you know that the Congresswoman is also introducing legislation to authorize the Department of Homeland Security's Victim Assistance Program. This is an excellent program that provides victims with the services and help they need to get back on their feet after they have been trafficked, and help them assist with investigations and help put traffickers behind bars and get them off the streets. So we think these two bills are something that we would love to have everyone's input on and help as we move forward. They are both big, heavy lifts, and so we need all the support that we can get. And I want to thank everybody who's watching today and so many high-profile movers and shakers in this movement for helping put an end to trafficking in America. And we look forward to working with all of you as we move forward.
Well, we're just going to count on it. And, you got to tell the Congresswoman, that we understand how we really appreciate what she's going to be putting forward tomorrow. But now that we got the little secret out that she's buddies with Lindsey Graham, okay, we're going to have you put the word to her that Voices Against Trafficking would like to match the Fab 7 Congress people with her as one of the originals to see if she can't help us get some members of the United States Senate. Like Rosie got the senators from Mexico. We want those senators from the United States Congress. You're terrific, Rachel. You give her our love and tell her that we just hold her in such high esteem. And we're counting on you guys staying real close with us. We're trying to raise 1 million voices against trafficking, and you let your folks know as well. We really appreciate you being here with us. Thank you so much. And I want to tell you, we have another member of Congress that we've been working on for a long time. He was really busy to join us the last time. And I think Pete Olson described him really as like kind of the core and the heart of a lot of the fights on the issues for human rights. And we're talking about Congressman Chris Smith of New Jersey. It's his 20th year, if you can imagine, his 20th term in the Congress. And he is with the 4th Congressional District in New Jersey. He serves as the senior member of the Foreign Affairs Committee. He is the ranking member of its Africa, Global Health, Global Human Rights, and International Organization Subcommittee. He is the co-chair of the Tom Lantos Human Rights Commission, very prestigious. And he also serves as a special representative on human trafficking for the OSCE Parliamentary Assembly. He served previously as the co-chair and the highest ranking member of the House as the chairman of the Foreign Affairs Subcommittee on Human Rights and Trafficking. So we are so honored to have that champion of human rights, Chris Smith, address us now here on Voices Against Human Trafficking.
Hi, I had hoped to join you, but a bill I introduced last year to protect Uber, Lyft, and other rideshare passengers from death and sexual assault, it's known as Sammy's Law, is on the floor now. Thank you for inviting me to speak. Human trafficking is a barbaric human rights abuse that thrives on greed, secrecy, a perverted sense of entitlement to exploit the vulnerable, and an unimaginable disregard for the victims. 20 years ago, the U.S. Congress approved and the President signed first ever historic legislation that I authored, the Trafficking Victims Protection Act of 2000, a comprehensive whole-of-government initiative to combat sex and labor trafficking in the United States and around the world. The TVPA created a new, well-funded whole-of-government domestic and international strategy and established numerous programs to protect the victims, prosecute the traffickers, and to the extent possible, prevent human trafficking in the first place, the 3 Ps. The TVPA included a number of sea-change criminal code reforms, including treating as a victim and not a perpetrator of a crime anyone exploited by a commercial sex act who had not attained the age of 18, and anyone older where there was an element of force, fraud, or coercion. The TVPA radically reformed the U.S. Criminal Code to authorize asset confiscation and jail sentences of up to life imprisonment for the traffickers. The TVPA also included victim sheltering, a national hotline, and created a new asylum category, the T-Visa, to protect trafficking victims and their families, and much more. Paradoxically, when I first introduced it, the legislation was met with a wall of skepticism and even opposition, dismissed by many as a solution in search of a problem. In 1999, one high-ranking administration witness testified at one of my trafficking hearings against several provisions of the TVPA, including sanctions and the proposed annual Trafficking in Persons report and tier rankings, arguing that the TIP report and country rankings were unnecessary and could be counterproductive and even make matters worse. Glad we rejected his advice. Today, the TIP report is the gold standard. Also, for many people in the 1990s, the term trafficking applied almost exclusively to drugs and weapons, not human beings. Reports of vulnerable persons, especially women and children, being reduced to commodities for sale were often met with surprise, incredulity, or indifference. Thankfully, that has changed big time. And it has changed big time because of champions like Deborah Sigmund, founder and director of Innocence at Risk, and her tenacious commitment to empower others to recognize and effectuate rescues of victims in transit, especially through her Flight Attendant Initiative launched back in 2008. It has changed big time because of Nancy Rivard, founder of Airline Ambassadors International, another amazing leader who has conducted situational awareness training for flight crews and airport personnel in my home state of New Jersey and throughout the world. It has changed because of the people on this Zoom webinar. Your empathy for the victims and indomitable resolve to hold perpetrators to account has and will continue to make the difference. You know, clearly COVID-19 has made our anti-human trafficking work more challenging, especially as predators groom more children online. Traffickers and those they exploit become even more invisible, and jobs evaporate for rescued victims, making them more susceptible to being re-trafficked. More must be done to assist the weakest and most vulnerable. Your mission is, in a word, irreplaceable.
Well, thank you, Congressman Chris Smith. And I think our good friend Deborah Sigmund has a couple of words that she wants to add to that. Deborah, are you there, my dear?
There we go. I am here. And I just want to say that it's so important that we have Congressman Chris Smith's message. He was the first congressman who actually did something. He was the first one I met in Congress in 2005. He is on our video. He immediately agreed to be on our awareness video. So he's gone through embassies all over the world and throughout the country. And he's in our Protecting Women and Children's brochure. And here's a photo, something I learned from Congressman Smith. And if you can see, we have a little boy here. We know what happens to boys, and we've seen it firsthand on airlines. And fortunately, we were able to stop it. But Congressman Chris Smith says, it can be happening in your backyard. It can be happening in mine. Not only could it, but it is. We can stop it, and we must stop it. So join us and help us. And I also want to give a big shout out to Carolyn Maloney, Congresswoman from New York, because she was right there shortly after I met with Congressman Smith, being a champion for the issue. She actually had me initially speak to a congressional hearing, the Thomas Lantos hearing. And after that, Congressman Smith had Nancy and me address the airlines. So as you know, and Nancy and I have been attached to the hip, but the airlines, international airlines, have done a lot. I've met with Air Mexico, Air Canada. I've met with, and the Netherlands. Someone is on the call from the Netherlands. That's wonderful, because the Netherlands has been a great friend to Innocence at Risk and held an enormous awareness event in 2005. So we are so fortunate, and I can tell you, the embassies have played a big role in getting this message out across Washington and in their countries. One of the beautiful things is when the ambassadors' wives leave, the ones who've helped us here with awareness, the State Department and Innocents at Risk and Polaris, all the organizations that they've worked with, they go back to their countries and they work on the issue there.
And
So,
now we have to have them raise 1 million voices, Deborah. And that's what we're getting 1 million voices against trafficking by, Andy says, I guess one is it Andy, that we're trying to get 1 million voices by spring. And it's people like you, Deborah, and Nancy and Rosie and Alma and Kathy and Jeffrey and Donna and everybody that has been with us, Pastor Donna, Pastor Betty. I mean, I hope I haven't forgotten anybody, Andy. But you know who we have standing by who has a couple of words too is Mr. Q, Jeffrey Queen. Jeffrey, what do you want to share on this?
This has been an amazing day, unbelievable. All of your efforts, ladies, are to be applauded. This is so important, and to get this voice out. I want to remind everybody first, the National Human Trafficking Resource Hotline, 1-888-373-7888, or you can text the word HELP to Be Free. That's 233-733. The National Child Abuse Hotline, 1-800-422-4453. Finally, if you are out there and you're who we're looking for, don't give up hope. We are coming for you. You are not alone. There is an entire organization here that does not know you, that is looking for you. Please do not give up hope. Around the world, we are trying to find you, and we will never stop looking for you. So please, if you're thinking about harming yourself, call the suicide hotline at 800-273-8255, or you can text 273-TALK to 839-863. The youth line, 877-968-8491. Or you can text teen, the number 2, teen. That's teen, 2 teen, to 839-863. There will be somebody there that is ready to talk to you, that is ready to help you. Please, please, please reach out in some way and let us find you and bring you home. Finally, if you're out there and you're trafficking people and you are selling people for profit, we're going to find you. We're going to come get you, and we are going to put you away because we're not afraid of you. Thanks, girls.
And thank you so much, Jeffrey. And Andy, you wanted to say something. I know we have to thank our wonderful sponsors, which includes you and Beulah's Place, The Haven, Oregon State University CoLab, Daniel Eastman, great job, my dear. You've been such a saint. Cameron Burns, and What If We Could Nonprofit Marketing. What are a couple things that you wanted to add to this, Andy?
Absolutely. I just want to thank every single person, all those who are watching, that are texting, that are getting online at voicesagainsttrafficking.com and saying, I want to be a voice. I want to be part of that 1 million voices next summer. In fact, let's just make July 29th next summer our goal. I mean, wouldn't that be a great anniversary?
Yeah.
All right. So please add your voice, tell other people about it. You don't have to have millions of dollars, although you're welcome to send that. And you don't have to have, hours and hours of time. What you do need to do is get on voicesagainsttrafficking.com. We're inviting you to be part of the solution, part of the hope, part of what everyone has talked about today. Jeffrey said it so well. We are looking for you. If you are lost, trapped, scared, enslaved, we are looking for you. So we want to do that. Lifetime membership, just $25 a person, helps us pay for programs like this. So if you're inclined, go ahead and click join, and you can send the $25 online. Once again, $25 for a lifetime membership. And again, be the hope. help us bring the hope back. As a survivor, if I had known anybody cared, anybody was out there, 17 years, too many near-death experiences to go into, but if I had known somebody thought I mattered, it would have changed a whole lot of things for me. But the good news is, 6 decades later, I'm here and these folks are here and BQ is much younger than I am. So,
I mean, come on. But you and I were talking about something the other day about the words of a famous abolitionist by the name of William Lloyd Garrison. It's been kind of a mantra for us because he said, enslave the liberty of but one human being, and the liberties of the world are put in peril. So we wanted to let you know that we're very grateful that you joined. This is just the very first one of our forums. We're going to be doing more even across the states. We want to remind you that this recording will be posted tomorrow. We want to ask you to feel free to please contact us or any one of us today, and you can go and find out where we are. The speakers are listed on the VoicesAgainstTrafficking.com. We want to thank all of the marvelous speakers, giving of your heart, giving of your time, and making sure that there is a life with freedom at the end of the tunnel, because we do believe on the right of that self-determination and the value of freedom. Again, it's facebook.com/voicesagainsttrafficking. I'm Blanquita Cullum on behalf of all of the Voices Against Trafficking. Thank you so much.